Thank you. And applaud if you want. Thank you. Yeah, good time to pray. If you will, bow our heads. Belong ni he scan at Hanno. And I know his can see na what he got done. I'll go down at least down. As the leaves do thing, negation na SHANNON, eh? They go down in the eastern. I go still leave down. Here go down down, he gone, get shine. Nola I go there, well, eastern. Asking na, you do done long, na e. Good do she with it gone, huh? Not knows that la hashkan. When I go is the scale, and I he. Geestliche wochen Galano line Elohim. I should down in the golden a leg on to tanto. Amen. Amen.
My name is Catherine Frank. I'm the director for the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, which often is the steward of this building. And I am reading UNC-Asheville's land acknowledgement statement. And please forgive me if I mispronounce anything, but UNC-Asheville created its land acknowledgement to honor the Aganigi-Dawahi, more commonly known as the Cherokee. The land acknowledgement is read during occasions that bring our community together to remind us of those who came before us and the settler colonial history that has attempted to eradicate Indigenous people from the history and consciousness of these lands. The University of North Carolina at Asheville acknowledges with respect that the land we are on today is ancestral land of the Anigi-Dawagi, more commonly known as the Cherokee. We recognize the Cherokee as the native people and original stewards of these lands. The Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and UNC-Asheville seek to affirm our work together to ensure a strong relationship rooted in relevancy, responsibility, respect, and reciprocity. Therefore, as an institution, UNC-Asheville has a responsibility to commit its efforts and resources to the health and priorities of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, the students who attend this university, and all the varied Indigenous people who live in and around these lands this university is situated on. As these words are spoken and heard, we renew and reaffirm this campus as Cherokee homelands.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for welcoming us to this beautiful facility. I'd like for our planning committee to introduce ourselves. I'm Maggie O'Neill from the Black Mountain Quaker meeting and from UU Black Mountain.
Greetings, I'm Elizabeth Wallace from UU Black Mountain.
Good morning. I'm Pat Johnson from Asheville Friends Meeting.
And you're up next.
Okay. We welcome the people joining us on the webinar. We have like 26 people signed up. I'm not sure they're all in yet, but we're delighted that you're joining us. You will be muted throughout the conference, and we will not answer your questions today. We just don't have time. You can type in your questions and get responses at a later time through email. If you have technical problems, in the link that I sent to you, there's emails for Evan this morning and David this afternoon. So welcome to webinar, people. I'm next again. Well, okay, I'll just keep going. I want to give you just a little bit of history. We're not starting from scratch today with this conference. Back in 2015, I got a newsletter from UNCA and noticed that a Navajo speaker, Mark Charles, would be here. And a friend and I decided we would come and hear him. And I'm telling you, it was transformative. It changed my whole life. So I recommend you going on Google or your browser and just type in Mark Charles, and you will be amazed at what he has to say. He's very informed and does a lot of work in talking about Native issues. Then in 2017, a group of friends brought Mark Charles here, and he spoke at Warren Wilson Chapel and then had a workshop at Swannanoa Valley Friends meeting. So that was very, very informative. In 2018, I went to Pendle Hill, that's a Quaker retreat center, and met Paula Palmer. Paula Palmer is from Boulder. They're doing amazing work out there with bringing Native tribes back home from when they've been moved away and other things. She's part of the National Center that's toward right relationships as part of the Friends Peace Teams. So the link to her is in your program. So at the very bottom there, make sure you take a look at that. Maggie and I both have taken workshops from her. A lot of her resources are online. So a very useful resource. Then Maggie and I both have been out to Cherokee for the Cherokee spirituality. The co-facilitator for that retreat is LIANNA Costantino. She'll be speaking this afternoon, so you'll be hearing from her, but I encourage you to look at that and consider going out there for it. The next one is March 12th through 17th. In 24, so take advantage of that. There's lots of resources for us. So I encourage us to just open our hearts, our minds, our souls, and listen well and listen deeply. We're learning a lot today.
Thank you, Pat. And I'd like to welcome everyone, and especially those online from Richmond, Virginia. Hello, friends, and thank you for joining us. As Pat mentioned, this conference is part of a national and international effort to honor Indigenous rights, land, and autonomy, in keeping with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was adopted in 2007. There's a specific Article 26 that deals with the right to land, territories, and resources. Here in the Shenandoah Valley, we're thinking globally and acting locally by inviting our honored Native presenters to share their wisdom and experience with us. Our goals for hosting this conference are to bring Native wisdom home and to strengthen our relationships with the local Indian community, and to bring us together, to network and share ideas and resources so we can move forward together towards reparations and healing of the immense harm that was done to American Indians and continues to be done. As part of this global awareness, Pat shared with you just a couple of days ago about Orange Shirt Day, and I see that many of you got the message and you're wearing your orange shirts. Not all of us have orange shirts, so we brought ribbons and we're going to start. Elizabeth will pass these back in just a moment, Elizabeth. But first, I want to just remind you that this is an international event to honor the memory of the children who never came home from Indian boarding schools, and also to create an awareness of the impact residential boarding schools has and still has today on Native people, their families, and communities. I'd like to read a message from the organizers of Orange Shirt Day. On this day of September 30th, we call upon humanity to listen with open ears to the stories of survivors and their families, and to remember those who didn't make it home. Let's have a moment of silence now to remember those children and their families and communities. Thank you. Elizabeth, you can pass the baskets back now, and you can wear this orange ribbon to remember the children and their families. And when people ask you what it's about, please tell them. And now Pat's going to talk a little about our co-sponsors.
You see the poster over here. This is the most co-sponsors we've ever had for events. So we are so grateful and appreciate all of the various congregations and groups that have donated so generously with your time and finances. So we would not have been able to do this without your help. I can't really see all that's listed there, but please know that we're very appreciative of the co-sponsors who helped put this conference on. Thank you.
Everyone should have gotten a program, and I just want to give you an overview of our day today, give you an idea of how it's going to go. Thank you, Jarrett, for starting us with music and a prayer. We are so pleased to have with us some amazing Native speakers. And I'll introduce the ones who are already here, but just to ID them so that you know. And during breaks and lunch, please visit with them. James Bradley over here will be our first presenter. Patty Grant Edgemon will be our second presenter. We have others coming. who will show up later. And in our program, you'll see who they are. We're really looking forward to hearing from each of them, but we want you to know that today's program is really kind of a sampler, kind of an overview of some of the important topics that we would like to go into more deeply in future events. This is a lot to take in. When Pat and I were at the Cherokee Spirituality Conferences in 20 and 22, we had 5 days to go into depth on many of these topics. Patty's slides that have been passed down through many speakers took, a couple of hours and long conversation. So we can't really do all that today. We hope that we will do more of it in the future and bring back speakers and go into more depth. We will also have wonderful refreshments, and we'll talk more about lunch and refreshments later. But we wanted to let you know that we also realize that some of these topics could be triggering for some of us. We're aware of the topic or the issue of white fragility. If you haven't heard that term, please look it up. We all have suffered and are damaged by the harm that was done to Indigenous people, not just the natives, but also all of us. Our whole culture is wounded because of this first wounding. And we are so blessed to have with us today Reverend Jim Abbott. Jim, would you please stand up? Reverend Abbott is a chaplain and former priest at the Episcopal Church in Asheville. And he's volunteered to be our chaplain today. If for any reason you need to step out and have some time to yourself to process something that's coming up for you, Jim has offered to accompany you. So look for him. And now, without further ado, Pat is gonna, oh, sorry. Oh, Elizabeth. Come on over here, Elizabeth.
So thank you. I'll just add to the history of how we all got together to say I lived for 20 years in Oklahoma and had a lot of experiences with the Western Cherokee. So it fit for me to join in with them from that experience. So we want to recognize all our helpers, our volunteers, who from the inception of this workshop distributed flyers in every nook and corner in this part of the state and beyond, sent online publicity, and by word of mouth and great enthusiasm brought the participants to this remarkable day. Please stand, all those people who did what I just listed, so we can thank you. Come on, you flyer distributors, you online people, word of mouth. Thank you. And for today, we want to acknowledge the greeters. You can stand. And the check-in people at the front table when everybody came in wanting to know what to do. And the lunch helpers. Would you like to stand, please? Thank you. And then with extraordinary gratitude to Evan, who's here in the morning, from UU Black Mountain, and David, who will be here in the afternoon, and to the students who have, without them, we wouldn't be able to record this, to be followed up and watched over again, or to do the webinar, or to have this. So they're invaluable. I know, I'm coming. So Barbara, you can see that the whole bunch of us want to make sure you're recognized. So would you stand up so you'll know that Barbara is taking photographs to memorialize all this. And Barbara, we appreciate it. But to all of you who volunteered your Saturday with everything that's going on in Asheville to come here and learn and listen to what the Native people have to teach us, we thank you.
Okay, we're almost done with this preliminary stuff, but just housekeeping stuff. The restrooms, if you haven't noticed, are right out here on the right as you go out these doors. Please, please silence your cell phones, take it out of your pocket or wherever you have it stored and silence it. We don't want cell phones going off. If you have hearing problems, we do have UNCA has the coil system. So you just punch your button so you can hear better. So the pictures, you already know, Barb. If you don't want it, just tell her not to take your picture. I think that's all I need to say about that. And so now I want to turn this over to Patty. She's going to introduce a first speaker and then speakers this afternoon. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you. Good morning. And I want to say this to begin with. It is truly an honor to be standing before you and sharing what we know as our life. And one lady said, I just am so glad that you're here. And I said, well, if it weren't for you guys, we couldn't do it. So thank you for being here. Our first presenter is James Bradley. I know him as Jimmy. Of course, growing up in a small community, you get to know people very well. He will present an overview of Cherokee history, including traditions and beliefs, first contact, shrinkage of the land base, removal, and the aftermath. He will also discuss how the Eastern Band has become an economic powerhouse, the current role of Christianity in tribal life, as well as discussing possible futures for our tribe. James is an enrolled member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. He resides in the Wolftown community. For over 6 years, James has served as Secretary of Education for the EBCI, recently retired. He currently serves on the Western Carolina University Cherokee Center Advisory Board and the Board of Trustees for the Western Carolina Historical Association. He is a graduate of the Native Leadership Institute at the American Indian Center in UNC Chapel Hill. Let's welcome Mr. James Bradley.
Testing, can you hear me? Osta SHENELLE, Zimishi Zutanala Dagwadoa. Good morning, my name is James Bradley. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Sorry.
So several years ago, I get asked by a lot of people to provide Cherokee speakers to come. Sorry. Not language speakers, but history speakers. And it's difficult to get somebody to commit to that. So a couple of years ago, one of my friends said, why don't you do it? You know enough about it, which I had never thought about before. So I'm not a historian. I'm not, I don't have a degree in history or anything like that. So this is just the things that I know or the research that I've done. I've been very fortunate to work under several different chiefs in the recent history of Cherokee. Have a lot of friends who are historians and cultural experts, and I get to spend a lot of time with elders. So out of all of that and the readings that I've done, every time I get an opportunity to speak, I have to do more research, and so I learn more. So I'm appreciative, and I'm happy to share all this with you today. So this is the seal of the tribe, established in 1889 officially as the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, a separate tribe from Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma and the United Gadua Band also in Oklahoma. If you'll notice, there's a 7-pointed star in the center. The number 7 is very sacred to Cherokee. We have 7 clans. Council houses were built with 7 sides, 1 section for each clan. And the reason the star is in the position that it's in with 2 points at the top instead of 1 is because no clan is greater than any other clan. So this is Cherokee history, 10,000 years in 90 minutes. We will get through this as quick as we can. And I'm going to try to give you as much information as I can in that time. What did I do? No. Not sure. There it goes. This is the original land base of the Cherokee. We covered parts of what are now 8 southern states. You can see them listed there, the Carolinas, the Virginias, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama. Cherokee say that the first woman and man, that would be SHENELLE, the corn mother, and Kanati, the hunter, lived at Shining Rock, which is near Waynesville. And that's the Shining Rock wilderness area. The old people say the first Cherokee village was Gadua. This is where the clan system was first used and where we get our original name, Ani Gadua, or the people of Gadua. That is a shot of Gadua as it is now. In 1997, the tribe purchased this property back. The little mound that you see out there was pretty much intact until the 50s, when the family that bought this property at that time were farmers, and they took a tractor with a disc on it and went around and around the mound and knocked it down. And there were artifacts there and some bones of ancestors. There have been geological studies done here, and I think there are 14 different village sites. This is a very large property. I could not find a picture of the entire thing. This was what I could find. And it was burned down in 1776 by the Rutherford campaign, the Rutherford Trace. That was done in late summer, when I know you see signs for Rutherford Trace throughout Western North Carolina. And it's held as a victory for the American Army. But what actually happened was our warriors were off fighting somewhere else, and the people in the villages were women and children and elders. And they came through and killed people and burnt houses and burnt all the crops. So the Cherokees didn't have any food that fall because they hadn't harvested the corn and things. So starvation was rampant that winter. And one of the soldiers that burnt down was there when they burnt down Gadua, wrote in his journal that the only thing left were the footprints of the children running away through the burnt corn crops. This is what a Cherokee village would have looked like. Most of them are much larger than this. We didn't live in teepees. We didn't hunt and follow game like the Plains tribes did. We had mud and daub huts with woven mat coverings. The mound at the top would have been where the council house sat. Cherokees were independent. They were a loose confederation of villages, and there wasn't a centralized government like there is now. So each village would have had its own chief. We had 2 chiefs, a war chief and a peace chief. And there was always a beloved woman who sat with the chiefs in the council house. She was an elder in the tribe who was much respected and got to give her advice in helping make decisions. And in Cherokee culture, we didn't have chiefs and councils that made decisions for us. It was government by consensus. So everybody got together in the council house and decided. They stayed in there until they came to a consensus on what was best for the tribe. Women are held in high esteem in Cherokee culture. Your lineage was matrilineal because you always know who your mother is. You don't always know who your father is. And so your clan affiliation was through your mother. When a man grew up and got married, he moved to his wife's clan. And his children were actually raised by her brothers, not by him. Women owned property, not in the sense that we own property today, but the house and the gardens and the things in the house were hers. So if she got tired of her husband and she wanted a divorce, she simply packed his things and set them outside her house. And he had to go back to his mother's house or wherever he wanted to go, I guess. But that was considered being divorced. In Cherokee culture. Women, there were many reasons that women were held in such high esteem, but one of the biggest was they are the carriers and givers of life. When Cherokee men play stickball, for example, for a certain amount of time before the stickball game, they're not allowed to be with women, touch women, especially if a woman is menstruating, because Cherokees feel like that's when women are the most powerful, when their magic is the most powerful. And I thought for a long time that that was kind of sexist, but it was explained to me later that women's magic is stronger than men's magic. So if men, so if men wanted to do well in the stickball games, they didn't want to be around a woman whose magic might overtake them and cause them to play less effectively in the stickball game. And my mother, who is Miss Popularity in Cherokee, she's older, she'll be 88 next month, but everybody knows her. She's a sweet little old lady. If you weren't raised by her, she's a sweet little old lady. And everybody talks to her. So she was at the JV football game the other night, and one of her great nephews came up, and he's a fierce stickball player for Wolftown. And she went to hug him and he was like, "Ah, you can't touch me. I'm playing stickball this week." So that tradition carries on in our tribe. This is a close-up of what a lodge in the village might have looked like. And Cherokees actually had two homes. The one on the left is the mud and daub hut with enclosed walls, where they would live in that house in the wintertime. And in the summertime, the winter house is on the left, the summer house is on the right. So it's more open, there's more air flowing. But every Cherokee family had these two separate houses. And that's just another example of what those would have looked like. Naquisi or Naquasi, this is a mound. This is what it looked like in 1937. This is what it looks like now. This is in Macon County. But it has been in the historical record since 1566. And the tribe, I think we bought that mound. There's also a mound in Macon County called Cowee, and Cowee was the economic center for the villages in Cherokee culture in the past. Magadua was the spiritual center, and Cowee was where they had all the commerce and stuff, all the trading and stuff went on over there. And so Naquasi is near where Cowee is. Also, let me tell you this, because we just found this out. There's a mound also in Macon County or over in that area called Watauga Mound. So there's Watauga, Naquasi, and Cowee. And what they've discovered is when those mounds would have been at their height, they were designed so that on the summer and winter equinoxes, the sun would shine directly in to the council house, and the sacred objects for the tribe were at a certain place so that the sun hit them on every equinox. And those 3 mounds are built in correlation to the 3 stars in Orion's belt. So I saw the PowerPoint for this and the papers that the historians have been working on with the elders in the tribe have not been released yet, but that should be coming out pretty soon. But it illustrates the point that we weren't just farmers and hunters. We were architects and astronomers and scientists. And we had a very high civilization that was very complex prior to colonization and even afterwards. These are the 7 clans of the tribe: wolf, blue, deer, long hair, paint, bird, and wild potato. I don't have a clan because my grandmother on my mother's side was white, so that knocked us out of the clan system. But my 7-year-old niece, who's in 2nd grade and has suddenly become an expert in Cherokee language and history, told me the other day that since we don't have a clan, we're long hair clans. I don't know where she got that from, but that's what she says. So the legend or the story in Cherokee culture is that from Gadua village, elders went to Kuwohi or Klingman's Dome, and the clan system, they devised the clan system. The creator gave them the clan system. They came back down and divided the tribe into the 7 different clans, and that's how we continue that to this day. And these are masks that were carved by Billy Joe. He lives in Robbinsville, and he was just on Carolina Today on PBS, or Carolina This Week, but he's an amazing carver. So after a lot of the land cessations happened from the 8 states area, this is where Cherokees were, mostly in Georgia, North Carolina, and Tennessee. So the valley towns are down near Robbinsville, Snowbird, Cherokee and Clay County down in that area. Middle towns are more in Macon County around that area. And the outer towns are where the Cherokees live now, where the Qualla boundary is mostly located, was in the outer towns. And the overhill towns were in Tennessee. These are a few important dates. In 1540, DeSoto came through Cherokee country, and Cherokees have been part of the historic record ever since he came. I mean, he existed for 10,000 years, but when explorers came, that's when they discovered that we were here. In 1690, Iroquois captives, which was a name for Cherokees, a mispronunciation, were sent to the West Indies as slaves. In 1697, the first smallpox epidemic happened among the Cherokee. And in 1721, a treaty with South Carolina was the first land cession to Europeans. This land cession actually changed the structure of Cherokee government because the governor of South Carolina was tired of going from village to village to village to village to try to get all these people to sign onto this land cession. So he decided that they should encourage the Cherokee to have a central government so they could have to deal with one person, the chief, rather than all these other people. So that's how Cherokees came to have a principal chief and a council. In 1730, Alexander Cumming meets with the Cherokees at Nicoisi, and then he takes a delegation to England in 1731. This is the first delegation of Cherokees that went to England. And then in 1738, smallpox kills half of our population. In 1755, it was the second land cession, and more land in South Carolina was given up. In 1755, also the Battle of Taliwa in eastern Tennessee, the Cherokee had a victory over the Creeks, and they regained the land in northwest Georgia as far south as Etowah. And that's where the Cherokee Nation capital was, and that's where the majority of the Cherokee Nation was located prior to removal. In 1760, General Montgomery destroys the Cherokee lower towns in South Carolina. They came up as far as Otto, which is just outside of Franklin in Macon County, and the Cherokee forces repelled them there. In 1761, troops led by General Grant penetrated North Carolina and destroyed the middle towns along the Tennessee Little River and its tributaries. And that July, Cherokee leaders met Virginia forces at the Long Island of the Holston and made a treaty ending the Anglo-Cherokee War. These are, by color, these are all the land cessions that happened throughout the 1700s and early 1800s. In 1762, Lieutenant Henry Timberlake takes Cherokee delegation to London, including Ostanaka, Woyi, and Kunashot. King George's proclamation the next year made it illegal for settlers to go beyond the Blue Ridge. And apparently that didn't hold for very long. This is what those three chiefs looked like when they went to England. That's what did I say? I can't even remember his name, sorry. That's the prime chief in the middle. If you notice those big things that are on their ears, for a short while, Cherokee men would split the skin on their ears and bring out that tendon and wrap it in silver. This was extremely painful, so that fashion didn't last for too long. Thank God, because I wouldn't want to do that now. Okanasta, that's his name. In 1768, a treaty gives up the Cherokee land in southwestern Virginia. In 1770, we give up land in Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. In 1772, a treaty with a governor gives up more land in Virginia, West Virginia, and Kentucky. So since our contact with Europeans, our land base immediately started shrinking. In 1773, another treaty gives up a parcel of Georgia land. In 75, Henderson land cession gives up the rest of Kentucky and part of Tennessee. In 1776, the Cherokee, allied with the British, attacked settlers in their territory. That same year, the Revolutionary War militias from North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia, and South Carolina come into Cherokee towns, and they burn 36 of them. So the tribe did support Britain in the Revolutionary War because Britain treated us better than the American government did. And several years ago, I got asked about traditional Cherokee dress. There was a pageant, and the woman that was over the pageant wanted the girls to dress in traditional Cherokee clothes. And I said, do you mean pre-contact or pre-Civil War? I mean, pre-Revolutionary War, post-Revolutionary War, pre-removal, post-removal? Because what we wore was affected by who we were trading with. So all the stuff that we were getting from England, fabrics and beads and things like that, all of that stopped after America won the Revolutionary War. So we had to find, after that, we had to start dressing in other things. Cherokees are really resilient if you get nothing else out of this presentation. Regardless of all the things that have happened to us, we're still here. And yes, some horrible things happened, but my parents always told me there are good and bad people of every skin color. You can't judge one race of people by the bad in that race. So there were white people that helped us. There were Indians that did bad things to the tribe during all that stuff, but through all of that, we're still here. More land was seceded in 77, and more in Georgia between Oconee and Tugaloo Rivers in 1783. The state of Franklin was formed in Tennessee illegally by white settlers on Cherokee land in 1784. In 1785, the Treaty of Hopewell, which is the very first treaty the Cherokee had with the U.S. government, cedes tracts of land in North Carolina and Tennessee. In 1789, the civilization policy created by Washington, Jefferson, and Knox encourages Cherokee to adopt spinning, weaving, and farming, which are things we had been doing for thousands of years. In 1791, the Treaty of Holston gives up land along Holston and Broad Rivers in Tennessee for annuities. That is also included in that was parts of Buncombe County, where Asheville is now, in the Treaty of Holston. And there's the plaque commemorating that. It was set up by the Daughters of the American Revolution in 2014. It says in July 2nd, 1791, the U.S. and Cherokee nations signed the Treaty of Holston near this site. The treaty was negotiated by Governor William Blount of the Southwest Territory on behalf of President George Washington. Among the terms of the treaty, the Cherokee ceded more land, and the U.S. government agreed to furnish them with farming implements, spinning wheels, and looms. Some 1,200 Cherokee attended. The treaty was signed by 41 Cherokee chiefs and witnesses representing the United States from Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and the Kentucky Territory. And the Cherokee name for Asheville is Tokiashti, and that means the place where they race. Not we raced, you guys raced. Apparently there were horse races over here at some point around that time. This is what a Cherokee man would have looked like around 1750. This is Mike Crow Jr. He's a fantastic actor and model, a member of the Eastern Band. This is the sign outside of Gadua, commemorating the Rutherford expedition in 1776 and the destruction of the town. This is what a Cherokee homestead would have looked like in the early 1800s. By then we had switched to log cabins. Instead of women doing the farming and gardening and men doing the hunting, we had switched to the European model where the women were the homemakers and the men were the farmers. When intermarriage started happening between Cherokees and settlers, it disrupted a lot of Cherokee culture. Matrilineal society was affected. People lost their membership in their clans. It became, a lot of families became more European minded, which the traditional Cherokees opposed. There's always been differences of opinion and sometimes clashes between more traditional Cherokees and more modern minded Cherokees, if you will. Let's see. In 1800, Moravian missionaries came. They were invited by Cherokee leadership, and then they were followed by the Presbyterians, the Baptists, and the Methodists. And the reason the tribe started letting these missionaries come into Cherokee country was because education was very important to us. It still is. And they thought that they would build schools and teach their kids English and make them more familiar with European customs so they would be able to fit in better in the changes that were happening in the country. And later on, Chief Drowning Bear, who's also called Yonaguska, said, he was speaking about the Bible. He said, well, this book seems like a very good book. It's too bad the white man is not better for having had it so long. The first Cherokee recorded, the Cherokee that became Christian first was recorded in 1821, the early 1820s. The Georgia Compact between the state and Jefferson promises removal of all Indians from the Southeast as soon as possible. That was in 1802. In 1808, the first written laws of the Cherokee Nation happened. They made clan laws and clan revenge illegal. They instituted a light horse police force and approved patrilineal inheritance. Up until this time, Cherokees didn't have police. We didn't have lawyers. We didn't have judges. We didn't have any of that stuff because we didn't need it because of the way the villages were operated by consensus. And clan revenge laws, if I killed somebody in Patty's clan, her clan family could come kill me or somebody in my family. And then that was it. There weren't wars. They didn't keep blood feuds going. And everybody understood if that happened, if I did that, then it was okay for them to come and kill somebody in my family. And these laws outlawed that clan revenge system. In 1808, 1810, some Cherokees moved to Arkansas. Some other Cherokees a few years later moved also. They saw that removal was going to happen. So they were like, we might as well go to Oklahoma. We might as well go to Indian Territory because this is going to happen anyway. So they moved out, a small contingent of Cherokee, and Sequoyah was actually part of that group. That is what later became the United Gadua Band in Oklahoma. At 1817, major federal treaty cedes land in Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama. In one of the treaty provisions, the Cherokees would receive individual reservations on recently ceded land in Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina. Ultimately, North Carolina was the only one that honored this. The North Carolina Cherokees holding these reservations became the basis of land currently held by Eastern Band. So what this means is the tribe that is now the Eastern Band of Cherokees left the Cherokee Nation and became citizens of North Carolina. And each man was given 300 acres. So the leadership of the tribe at that time got together and decided who was going to get Gadua and who was going to take Cowee and who was going to take all the sacred sites of the Cherokees so that we would have them in our possession. And of course, later on, North Carolina moved all those lines back and we lost all that stuff as well. But during removal, what became the Eastern Band here in North Carolina was not part of removal. The tribes in Graham County and Snowbird and Robbinsville down in that area, they were still part of Cherokee Nation. So they were under threat of removal, but we were not in North Carolina. In 1819, a major federal treaty cedes the remainder of land in Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia. This leaves a small holding in western North Carolina, southeastern Tennessee, and northwest Georgia. In 1821, Sequoyah introduces the syllabary to tribal council, which approves it after a demonstration by Sequoyah and his daughter, Ayoka. Within a year, many Cherokees became literate. And this is Sequoyah. He worked on the syllabary. He was illiterate. He didn't read or write any language at all. He worked 12 years. He would take a little piece of wood and he would burn the symbol on that piece of wood and arrange them. And it's a syllabary, not an alphabet, because each symbol represents a syllable in Cherokee language. So his wife's family thought he was crazy and that he was wasting his time when he should have been farming or hunting. So her brothers went out and kicked all of his wood pieces into the fire and burned them up. So it took another 10 years for him to get all that back and come up with a syllabary. And what he and his daughter did, he went in and he talked to council and he wrote something down in Cherokee syllabary and put it down. She was outside of the council house. He left, they brought her in, she picked it up and read what it said to them. And they were astonished by that. So pretty soon, I think it was like 97% of Cherokees were literate in the syllabary in a very short time. Another cool thing, well, a couple of things about Sequoyah, that turban he has on, when Ostanaka and those three chiefs went to England and they came back, Cherokee started wearing turbans. And so the theory is that they must have seen either African people or Indian people maybe with turbans on in England, and they brought that back to the tribe and the men in the tribe started wearing turbans. And Sequoyah, I know there's a big tough Jeep named after him and there's a big giant trees named after him, but his name in Cherokee is actually Shigwonyan, which is little pig. And the reason they called him that was because he was lame and he walked with a cane and his foot was twisted. So when he walked, it left an imprint in the sand like a pig's hoof. So that's where they got that name. So it's a big, strong name now, but that's not what his name originally means. And this is the syllabary. Across the top are the vowels A-E-I-O-U. V is it's very nasal. And then down the side are all the consonants that you put with those vowels to make Cherokee words. More dates, we'll zip through these pretty fast. 1822, the Cherokees established a Supreme Court. In 1824, Uchella versus Welch establishes rights of Cherokee individuals to own land in North Carolina. In 1824, we wrote a constitution and we claimed sovereignty over our own lands. And even though we're referred to as a sovereign nation today, as all indigenous tribes are, that term is very hard to define and apply. We're sovereign when we have a problem and the federal government doesn't want to deal with us. We're not sovereign when we have something they want. In 1828, Andrew Jackson was elected US president. Boo. And of course, he pursued Indian removal. In 1828, gold was discovered in Cherokee territory in Dahlonega, Georgia. That's a Cherokee word, Dahlonega, and it means yellow. So the very place was named for the gold that they found there. In 1828, the first issue of the Cherokee Phoenix, which was a bilingual Cherokee newspaper, was published. So they had Cherokee syllabary on one side and English on the other. And of course, it opposed removal. In 1829, Jackson announced the removal policy and Georgia extends its laws over the Cherokee. In 1830, the Indian Removal Act was passed in Congress by a very slim margin. In 1830, Georgia laws require residents to swear allegiance to Georgia, which missionaries would not do that were working within the Cherokee communities. And so they were arrested and imprisoned. In 1832, Samuel Wooster was a pastor that had lived with the Cherokees for a long time, and he sued Georgia, and the case went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld Cherokee sovereignty. But Georgia defied the Supreme Court, and they started having land lotteries and giving away Cherokee land. When we won that Supreme Court case, and someone asked President Jackson about it, he said, well, let's see the Supreme Court enforce that. In 1834, Georgia confiscated the Cherokee Phoenix, destroyed the building and the Cherokee typeface because they declared it subversive. So all of that got burnt down and destroyed. In 1835, this is very controversial, the Treaty of New Echota was signed by 27 Cherokees, including Major Ridge, John Ridge, Elias Boudinot, and they did all of that without tribal consent. Chief John Ross, who was the principal chief at that time, had been arrested so that he couldn't be at this meeting. And basically, a government representative came down and there was dinner and he promised a bunch of stuff. And so these guys decided, well, we're going to give away our land. And so they did. And that's what started the actual removal process. In 1835, the Army makes a census of all the Cherokees living on our lands. And in 1837, the Senate ratified the illegal New Echota Treaty. And they gave the tribe 2 years to do removal. And so the federal agents started enrolling Cherokee people and appraising the land value and the house value and the properties and stuff. In 1838, removal started. May 1st was the roundup, and June 1st, the first detachment of Cherokees left for Oklahoma. The other people were held in stockades, big round log forts, very little water, very unsanitary, very little food. They weren't allowed to leave. Disease was rampant. They were held there. These first ones were held there for 6 months before they started the trip in October. It's estimated that the removal process and the Trail of Tears killed 1/2 to 1/4 of the Cherokee Nation. That means 4,000 to 8,000 people died out of the 16,000 that were alive at that time. The first 3 detachments have high mortality rates, of course. And Principal Chief John Ross negotiated with the US government to be in charge of removing the remaining 11,000 Cherokee. And they departed from Tennessee through October and December of 1838, which is winter. So these people were marching to Oklahoma in the dead of winter for thousands and thousands of miles, babies, old women, old men, elders, people were getting sick. It was terrible. In 1839, the last detachments of Cherokees arrived in Indian Territory. So this caused a little bit more problems in Oklahoma when they got there, because like I said earlier, the United Gadua Band was already there. They already had a government set up. So when Cherokee Nation comes, United Gadua Band thought they would just absorb Cherokee Nation and they would be one tribe again. And Cherokee Nation said, no, we're Cherokee Nation, you're not. And so there's still conflict between those 2 tribes out there. Cherokee Nation recently had a chief that just seemed to pick at United Gadua Band and just do things to make them angry. The United Gadua Band had more traditional Cherokees in it. And so they have more language. They kept more of the language and more of the culture than Cherokee Nation was able to. So there are 3 federally recognized Cherokee tribes: the Eastern Band of Cherokee here, and then the 2 Oklahoma tribes, Cherokee Nation and United Gadua Band. Cherokee Nation and the Navajo go back and forth about who has the highest number. Sometimes it's Cherokee Nation, sometimes it's the Navajo. William Holland Thomas was raised by Yonaguska. He was a white boy, and he became part of the tribe and helped the tribe. And so after the removal happened, there was, well, let me tell you this story about removal. I know you've all probably heard of or seen Unto These Hills. That history is fictionalized. It's not what really happened. So Solly was a Cherokee man who lived in Snowbird down in Robbinsville, around that area. He and his sons and sons-in-law, they got rounded up as part of removal. Something happened. His wife was attacked by one of the soldiers, and he and his sons and sons-in-law killed some soldiers. So, of course, the army was irate about this. You can't kill us. We can kill you, but you can't kill us. And so the people in North Carolina, the leaders there in this part of North Carolina, decided that even though we weren't under threat of removal, the army is not going to know who's a North Carolina Cherokee and who's a Cherokee Nation Cherokee. And so they decided that they would help find Solly and bring him in. So that's what they did. And he asked that he be executed by his own people. So the Cherokees executed Solly, and they did that so that they could resolve that situation and get past it, so that they wouldn't also be rounded up and be seen as harboring a fugitive. And then after that, of course, North Carolina came in and took more of the land from us. But William Holland Thomas would take, Cherokees would give him money. He would go and buy the land that the Cherokees had been living on for centuries. They would pay for it, and the deeds would be held in his name, because Cherokees weren't American citizens, so we couldn't hold deeds. So this went on for a long time. And as he got older, he started gambling. And as he was gambling, he started to use the deeds for Cherokee property as to back up his gambling debts. So the tribe got together when they were finally recognized by the federal government. So the boundary, the Qualla boundary, is not a reservation in the sense that the government gave us land to live on like they do a lot of the tribes out west. This is property that we purchased. And to become the Eastern Band, the government holds those deeds in trust for us. So we own the land, but they have the deeds. And so that's to protect against this happening again, so that we can't sell our land to anybody outside of the tribe. We can sell to each other. We can invest in properties on the land, but we cannot sell it to somebody else. people can rent houses, non-Cherokees can rent houses and live there, but they can't own property. In the Civil War, we fought for the Confederacy. The Thomas Legion was named after William Holland Thomas, and they were in a little skirmish outside of Waynesville. Nothing major, and that was really the only action they saw. In 1868, the federal government recognizes all the tribes with whom they have made treaties, including the Eastern Band. In 1869 through 1870, the Eastern Band reorganizes and elects its first officials. In 1876, the Qualla boundary was formed and our land was secured. In 1889, the rights of Cherokees as a corporation was established by the North Carolina legislature. A charter was granted and the EBCI was formed officially. From 1893 to 1948, Cherokee children are forced into federal boarding schools in Cherokee, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Haskell, Kansas, and Hampton, Virginia. And Patty's going to talk about this a lot more in her presentation. So imagine during removal that you live in a house and you have a farm and soldiers come in and kick you out, round you up at gunpoint. There were Georgians that would follow the army around, and as soon as they removed a Cherokee family, they would move into the house. They would, or they either that or they would steal stuff out of it, but you've got a ready-made cabin with farmland and animals and utensils. And so when boarding schools started happening, people, they could come to Cherokee land and pick up your kids and send them off. They didn't need your permission. They didn't have to ask you if you wanted to do that. Some families sent them, like I said earlier, education was important. My grandfather, Nick Bradley, went to Carlisle Indian School when he was 11 years old. And he was there until he graduated. I think he actually left early because he served in World War I. So boarding schools are horrible, but full disclosure, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for boarding schools, because he met my grandmother in Pennsylvania and married her. She was 16, he was 21. He had stayed around. He was playing in the minor leagues as a pitcher, a baseball pitcher, and working on the railroad in Pennsylvania. He met my grandmother. Her parents wouldn't let them get married because he was too old for her. That's what they said. So they eloped and they got married and came back to North Carolina. And her hometown newspaper in Doylestown, Pennsylvania had an article that said, "Local girl runs away with Indian." We have clippings of that in our family. So she came to Cherokee and they raised 9 kids. He was a Baptist minister. And about every 10 years, her hometown newspaper would come down and interview, what's going on now? How are the kids? That kind of thing. So something good, well, if you call me good, something good came out of something horrible, but that's not true for everybody. Most of the stories about boarding school are horrible. And like we said earlier, some of the kids didn't come home at all. In 1914, we had our first Cherokee Fair open to the public. That still continues to this day. In fact, the fair starts this coming Tuesday. It's always the first Tuesday in October. So if there's stickball games, there's Cherokee food, there's arts and crafts, there's beauty pageants, there's all kinds of stuff going on. So if you want to come to Cherokee Tuesday through Saturday of the next week, stickball games are an exciting part of that. If you've never seen a stickball game, it's where lacrosse came from originally. And stickball was called the little brother of war, because a lot of time villages or even tribes, rather than going to actual war, they would have a stickball game. And whoever won the stickball game won the conflict. So lacrosse comes out of that. But in Cherokee, there's no face mask, there's no shoulder pads. It's a clout or shorts, bear skin. There's 2 goals at each end. And the basic rule is you can't touch the ball with your hand to pick it up off the ground. Other than that, anything goes. And so there's a lot of fighting and rolling around, and it's pretty fierce. And to prevent people from just piling on each other or fist fighting, they have what they call drivers, and they have these big long switches. So if there's a pile up, the drivers go over and hit the guys and make them get out and start fighting or start playing again. So just about every community now has their own stickball game, own stickball team. And this year, the Choctaws are sending a team up to play with the Cherokee. So that's going to be exciting. In 1916, Cherokee men served in World War I, but when they come back, they're not allowed to vote. So my grandfather served in World War I, was not a citizen of the United States officially, so he had no rights when he came back. And he received a Purple Heart for his bravery in the war. In 1924, the Baker Roll was established. That's to this day how we determine who's a member of the tribe. We trace our lineage back through the Baker Roll. In 1930, we became official citizens of North Carolina through a special act of Congress. The park was established in 1934, which led to opening up what are traditional crafts and arts for basket making and carving and those kind of things, open it up to tourists, and it became a way for families to support themselves when the economy was really bad in Cherokee. And then in 40, the Blue Ridge Parkway. In 1946, Native Americans were given the right to vote in America in 1921. But Cherokees couldn't vote in North Carolina until 1946. Also in 46, Qualla Arts and Crafts Co-op was established, which is Cherokee artisans. As a group, you have to demonstrate whatever your art is, pottery, carving, basketry. And then it's a co-op, so when in the past, when things were sold, the members received dividends annually. My father was a wood carver and he was a member of Qualla Arts and Crafts. In 1948, the museum was established. In 1950, the first production of Unto These Hills was performed in Cherokee, and that play is still running. I mean, it's limping, but it's running. In 1952, Qualla Housing was established to provide low-cost housing for tribal members. I know a lot of people, we hear this a lot, that we get free houses and we get free medical care and all. We don't. We have to pay for them just like everybody else does. So, and you can believe Native Americans don't get anything that regular Americans get. You know, if we get low-income housing, you get low-income housing first. So the Native American Religious Freedom Act guaranteed religious freedom to tribes in 1979, which means that dances that were prohibited by the US government were able to be performed again, not for public consumption, but in ceremonies. In 88, the Indian Gaming Act was passed by Congress, which allowed tribes to compact with their state governments to build gambling casinos. In 90 through 92, the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act guarantees protection for remains of Native peoples and their reburial by their own people. Prior to this, like when I said the mound was dug up, we had no right to go get those bones and rebury them ourselves. Museums have bodies of Native people, and this really helped. Even in our tribe, when we do excavations for buildings, we have to abide by this. And if there's a certain number of graves that are found, that's deemed sacred and you can't build anything on it. So that's been very effective. In 97, the tribe opened Harris Cherokee Smoky Mountain Casino. And in the same year, the money from the casino we used to purchase Gadua. In 2007, we buy Cowie Mound. In 2013, we bought Hall Mountain, which is the land around Cowie Mound. I don't know how many times we've bought this land over and over and over. In 2013, we broke ground for a second casino right outside of Murphy in Cherokee County. So remember the map of all the land that Cherokee had when they were first encountered the Spaniards? That yellow part up there is the current Qualla boundary. And the little yellow dots down here in Cherokee County are Snowbird and some of the smaller communities there. Currently, the tribe has 56,000 acres that are non-contiguous. Our current enrollment has grown to about 17,000. But that's what we have now after all of the land cessations were approved. So this is a bigger shot of Gadua. Still doesn't show the whole property. There's the mound again. This is stickball in the late 1800s, early 1900s. This is stickball now. We've gotten a little bit healthier, but the games are still great. In the 80s, prior to the 80s, the Indian Health Service oversaw all of our health needs through the Indian Health Service Hospital. In the 80s, the tribe compacted, which means we still get money from the Indian Health Service, but we also provide money for our own medical care, and the tribe has a board at the hospital that determines how that money is spent rather than the government telling us how we're going to spend it. So this is the new hospital that opened several years ago. This is the main entrance, and it's designed to look like a basket. And it looks like a mall on the inside. It's beautiful. Education is very important. My nephew graduated, my youngest nephew graduated last spring from Cherokee Central Schools. His class was the first one to go all the way from K through 12th grade in this new facility. That's the entrance. On the right is the entrance to the middle school, and on the entrance to the left is the Joyce Dugan Event Center, which is a huge auditorium. And that's the main campus. That's how the campus looks. So those round buildings, if you count, there's 7 buildings, 7-sided. There are basket patterns on the exterior walls. There's a lot of green energy there. It's a pretty amazing facility. It looks like a junior college. It doesn't look like a school campus. This is the New Gadua Language Academy. When Joyce Dugan was chief in the 90s, we had language classes in the daycare centers. And Cherokee language had been taught in the main school system, but we weren't producing any speakers. It was just kind of introductory type language classes. So those classes in the daycare center grew and grew, and more people wanted to get their kids into them. So this is the former Boundary Tree site, which was a resort right outside the park entrance in Cherokee. So it had closed. It was a tribal property. It closed. So we renovated it into a school. And the first K through 3 is Cherokee language immersion. And then after that point, from about halfway through the 3rd grade, it goes up to 6th grade. They start mixing in more English. So and now we're also doing immersion classes for adults because the kids need people to talk to. And a couple of years ago, all 3 tribes, we have tri-council every year between all 3 tribes. And the situation was the language was considered an extreme emergency and declared that by government leadership of all 3 tribes. So we're all working together to try to save the language, but it is an uphill battle. It's very difficult. Right before the pandemic happened, we had a huge conference in Cherokee, and we finally got all the language people and all the elders and parents and experts, language experts, to come and review all the stuff that we were doing. And it was great and wonderful, and everybody vowed to work together. And then the pandemic happened. So we have to get all the energy back again. It can be difficult to work with some of the speakers because some of them don't want to work with Cherokee Nation. There's a few slight differences in the pronunciation of words. Some of them are very protective of the language. So getting them to buy into new technologies and things like that has been a little bit difficult. But the school is amazing. That's another shot. And that's the English stops here. When you come into the main area to check in, that's the hallway leading down to the classrooms. So this is Harris, Cherokee. This was what it was in the third expansion, I think. And this is what it looks like now. We've added on a convention center. We've been very fortunate. We have one of the top casino properties in the country, and I think a lot of that's because this was already a tourist area. Harris has done an excellent job in helping the tribe oversee this. When the casino first started, it was 60,000 square feet of gaming space, and all the leadership employees were Harris employees from outside of the tribe. And the tribe mandated that Cherokee members were to be trained and taught how to do those jobs. And now the only executive staff that's a Harris employee is the general manager. All the VPs all the way down are Cherokee. That's a little over 20 years old. I worked for Joyce Dugan, who was our only female chief. And that's when the original casino opened. And she had gone up one day to look at the casino right before it opened. It was a week or two before they opened. She came back in the office. She was white-faced and she was just in shock. And I said, Chief, what's wrong? And she said, they're moving money in pallets with forklifts. Oh my God, what have we done? Because we didn't know if it was going to be successful or not, you know, and nobody helped us. Nobody invested in this. This was all a tribal investment. And thank God it's been successful because it funds the school system and the hospital and the language programs and the housing. And because it's a tribal investment, every member of the tribe is an investor in this. So twice a year we get dividend checks. We call them per capita. But the proceeds from the casino, after they take off the top for their expenses, the rest comes to the tribe. It's split in half. Half goes into tribal programs. The other half is divided up between all the tribal members. So every 6 months we get a check. If you're under 18, and thank goodness the council set this up before the money started rolling in, it goes into an investment account. At first, we were just giving all that money to the kids when they turned 18, and it started to be like $100,000 at a time and even more. And so we saw a lot of kids not going to college, buying expensive cars and then not be able to keep them. I mean, you know, we were a really poor community and suddenly we have this financial success. We didn't know, the older adults didn't know how to invest money. We'd never had it before. We were just trying to survive. So we have what's called the Junaluska Leadership Council, which is it's like tribal council, but it's made up of high school students. So they get together and meet like tribal council, and they come up with the resolutions and bring them to actual tribal council for approval. And one of the things they brought in was to split up the payments for younger people at 18, 21, and 25. So you get money at 18, but you don't get all that craziness. And the hope is they'll mature, they'll go to college, they'll work, and they'll be a little bit wiser when it comes to spending their money or investing it. I took my youngest nephew again. He just turned 18 last year, so he got his money this September. I took him to my investment person, and he told Briston that if he just moved all of his money over into an investment account, by the time he's 30, he'll be a millionaire. He said, just don't touch it. And if the market stays kind of level. So that's crazy opportunity for our kids. And I forgot to also mention that money, when I was working at the tribe, this last time I was over the higher education program, the tribe pays for everybody to go to college and get a degree. You can get an associate's, a bachelor's, master's, and PhD. You get a computer provided for you. We pay for food and housing. If you live off campus, we'll help you with that. If you want to study abroad, we'll help you with that. At the end of every semester, you get money for your good grades. And you have to maintain at least a C average to stay on the program. When I started working in that program in 2006, we had about 200 students in college. And currently we have about 550 in colleges all over the country. And there are tribal members that don't live here, and they're also funded wherever they want to go. We have students studying internationally now. We're approving that. Several years ago, we also approved trade schools. So we have a shortage, like most people, most communities, of electricians and plumbers and those kind of things. We've kind of ignored that in favor of a 4-year degree. And so now we're trying to rectify that so that everybody has an opportunity to study what they want and provide services back to the community. Questions?
One second, if you can please talk into the microphone so that folks online can hear it. Who's the?
Thanks for the history, very illuminating. What did you mean by gives up land, land secessions or ceding, versus removal? Does that mean giving up land being taken?
It means the government negotiated with the tribe, and in exchange for giving up our land, we got fabric, or we got spinning wheels, or we got to keep this certain part.
Okay, but not land somewhere else.
No,
Okay, what does ceding mean?
to give up your land. If I cede my land to you, I give it to you. So through the treaties the tribe had, we gave up that land. Now, Indian Territory in Oklahoma was supposed to be just for Native Americans to be removed to. So when Cherokees moved out there, they were, here's a certain part of this land that you can have. But later on, Oklahoma became a state, and so even that wasn't held up by the government. But to secede or cessation of your land means you give it up through treaties with the government.
Okay, thank you.
When you were putting the dates of various acts and atrocities up, I saw in 1802 Thomas Jefferson compact with Georgia, was it, for total Indian removal? Could you explain that a little more? Because we all know about Andrew Jackson, but I was totally unfamiliar with that.
If you read the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson refers to Native Americans as savages. And so he worked with Georgia because most of the leadership in the United States at that time thought the best thing to do was to move the Indians west so they could have all of the land. So at that point, Georgia was the main center because we had given up all the other land. Georgia was the headquarters of the Cherokee Nation at New Echota was their capital. So Jefferson was working with Georgia because Georgia wanted that land. So he was compacting with them to ensure that Indian removal happened even before the Indian Removal Act was approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It was incredibly informative. And I'm wondering if your slideshow is going to be available in the future, if it'll be posted online or.
I can. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you again. Just to follow up on the ceded versus unceded. So often land acknowledgements use located this institution, whatever is located on land that is unceded. Is the Buncombe County Registry of Deeds, and we know they've done fabulous work, is that an accurate resource to determine if in fact an institution is on ceded or unceded land? Or in the alternative, where would one go if one's working on a land acknowledgement? Where would one go to confirm whether or not the land on which the institution is located is ceded or unceded?
It would all have to be ceded unless it's current Cherokee land and on the Qualla boundary. Does that make sense? Because we gave up the Treaty of Holston gave up ceded all of this land for Buncombe County and what later became Asheville.
Just as a response, I've seen so many land acknowledgements that say we are on the unceded land of, so maybe it's accurate or inaccurate, I don't know, but you're raising the point that it needs to be looked into and not just accepted one way or the other. Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to be clear, was there land that the Eastern Band was removed from, or was there some of the land that they were able to stay on and not be removed?
We were able to stay on the land in North Carolina and not be removed, the Eastern Band.
Oh, okay. I just was wondering, if this casino is so beneficial to the tribe, and you were very smart in getting that started. And that's really to be commended. And I was wondering if you have other casinos in other places, or have you tried to have it and it didn't fail, or you're not going to do that anymore?
Yes, we actually have started expanding our investments other than just our main casinos. We actually bought a casino in Indiana a couple years ago with Harrah's, I think, as a partnership. So we've purchased that one. We've bid to put in half ownership or a percentage of ownership with the new casinos that are opening in Tennessee and Virginia. If North Carolina approves gaming, which we kind of hope they don't, then we'll, probably invest in those casinos as well.
Question over here.
There's a difference between native gaming and just regular gaming, though. For native gaming on tribal property, you can't buy property and put it into trust and build a casino specifically to build a casino. It has to be land a tribe already owns. So in Kings Mountain, the tribe from South Carolina that purchased that property and built a casino, that's totally illegal. But somehow they were able to do it because they got support from the government, and there were even people in Congress, Lindsey Graham's one of them, who supported that and did that anyway. But that's not legal according to the National Gaming Act. Now for the casino that we purchased in Indiana, that's regular gaming overseen by regular gaming controls in whatever state that's in. So we can buy that as a partner and own that, but we don't run it as that profit doesn't necessarily come back to the tribe in the way that our profit does from our casinos.
So with the approval of the sale of recreational marijuana on the tribal land, is that also going to, the income from that is also going to the tribe to be distributed, or is that to individuals that are farming their own land and using the sales for themselves?
It is an entity of the tribe, the whole cannabis project. So that money for an entity of the tribe is not necessarily coming into the tribe to be distributed through per capita. It does come into the tribe to fund programs. Because that was a recent development, council will have to set up either themselves or another board type structure to figure out exactly what that means legally and how that money will be dispersed, because that all has to be settled and approved by council before any of those profits can be seen. We can't open a cannabis dispensary until that's approved and we have a structure for how we're going to do it.
Has there been a connection with the Onondaga or the Iroquois lacrosse linked to stickball? I just wondering if that was ever, if that's been in the works at all.
We know there's not a pan-native stickball league or conference or anything like that. There probably should be, but there isn't currently.
Could you talk a little bit about how the Cherokee got to the South, the southern states?
We were basically run out of Indiana and Kentucky, part of Kentucky, by the Shawnee We were, well, that's what historians say. That's not what we say. So the Cherokees were moved down further into the southeast because the Shawnee were coming down from kind of the middle of the country. And our language is connected to the Iroquois. There was a date on one of the things that I saw where an official date where Cherokee was officially a different language than the Iroquoian language that it emerged from. But there was, you know, people have, because of the way history is taught in this country, the idea that the tribes were all separate and we didn't know each other, but there was always trading. Even I found out through my DNA that I have a little bit of Mexican in me. So, you know, the indigenous people in what's now Mexico were trading and coming, and, you know, there was a lot of that going on. So we weren't, a friend of mine that lives in Atlanta was shocked to find out that Native American is not, doesn't mean that everybody speaks the same language and has the same culture. I was like, there's 500 at least different tribes in this country with languages and customs, and it's like Europe. There's German, there's French, there's Spanish, there's Portuguese, you know, everybody has their own culture and their own language. So
How do you establish the genealogic connection when it comes to the kids going to college and distribution of funds? Is there like documents that are held somewhere? And
we have an enrollment office, and every child is DNA tested to make sure that their father is their father. And so you have to be, your ancestors have to be traced back to the Baker roll that I mentioned earlier. So there's a whole process for that. And when we built the casino, we closed the rolls. So you have to be born into the tribe now. You can't come in and say, oh, my grandmother was a Cherokee princess. And just aside, nobody's grandmother was a Cherokee princess. So don't ever say that to a Cherokee person. But yes, there's a strict process for that.
We have time for one more question before the break.
Yes, it's actually not a question, if you would permit me to just actually thank you. My name is Phyllis Utley. My indigenous name is Ani Kusa. The people of Kusa, Muskogee Creek and Catawba before federal recognition, which that's a whole nother topic, right? We all know that. And so I thank you also for the, in my historical lineage and history is that many nations of people here, and even where we are now, many nations of people who traded, who married, who shared, who exchanged, who laughed, who danced, and all of these things. And so we are actually here carrying on this tradition. And I also thank you for all of the people here who represent their people from different places who are indigenous to somewhere. And so here we are in this exchange together, and I'm just very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James Bradley, for that very informative presentation. Thank you, thank you. We will now have a 20-minute break. We would like to stay on time, and we are right now, which is amazing. Thank you, James, for being on time. During our break, we invite you to enjoy the bagels and coffee. And we also have Jamie Marie Spears, one of our musicians who wasn't able to get here for the opening, but she's here now. She and Jarrett will be performing in the atrium or in here. They're not sure yet, but Jamie is one of our vendors, and she has brought her herbal products, and they're on a table right out here. So please visit Jamie's vending, and please be back no later than in your seats, no later than 11:10, when Patty Grant Edgemon will start her presentation. And we don't want to miss a minute of that. And yes, Elizabeth.
We're happy to say that these doors are open to this beautiful sun space out here. So you're welcome to go out there to eat and get warm. It's cool in here. And you can see the clock when we start right from there.
And just so you know, lunch is at 12:35. So those of you who get hungry at 12, you may want to have a bagel. Thank you so much.
Okay, you have to put up with me for a few more minutes and then you get to listen to Patty's fantastic presentation. Patty Grant Edgemon is an enrolled member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. She grew up in Cherokee and graduated from Cherokee High School, received her BA from Southern Nazarene University in Bethany, Oklahoma, and a master's in social work from Washington University in St. Louis. Patty retired in 2017 from the Cherokee Indian Hospital as the first behavioral health consultant in the primary care department. Before becoming the first BHC, she was the manager for Onalanisky Outpatient Mental Health Substance Abuse Program for 7 years. Patty's professional work in the MH/SA field has been primarily working with different Native American tribes, including the Cherokee. Patty's experience includes working with Native American adolescents, men in Shawnee, Oklahoma. She has worked extensively with Native families and individuals prior to becoming the program manager at Onalanisky. Patty was one of the co-founders for Indians in Sobriety Campout and the Native American AA Convention in 1995. She served on the Healing and Wellness Committee for several years, chairing conferences and addressing historical grief and trauma in Native communities. Before retiring, she served as a member of the Cherokee Indian Hospital Substance Abuse Task Force when they received the 2012 IHS National Behavioral Health Achievement Award in the area of community mobilization and substance abuse prevention. The team developed a multidisciplinary outpatient-based opioid treatment program, including motivational change techniques and community elders and advisors. Patty retired in October 2017 after serving Native communities for 30 years professionally and voluntarily. Patty continues to do contract work with domestic violence victims, volunteering in the community, and often has the opportunity to participate in talking circles as well as speaking engagements. When at home, she loves to play senior basketball, spend time with her family, and fish with her husband, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Patty Edgemon.
Patty Grant. Oh. Okay. Testing. Testing. Okay. You can't hear me? You can. Okay, good. I get kind of nervous, and it'll take me a minute or two to kind of get into my flow, but I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. And I again say that if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here to present this information. So thank you for all of the organizers and those that had part in making this thing happen. I want to say to Jimmy that I know, man, that was awesome, wasn't it? Yes. And I said to him, as I look at my timeline, there's some dates that doesn't coincide. And I think maybe I was getting my information from a different resource. So bear with me and just kind of give me some grace, if you will, if it doesn't kind of work together in congruence, but it's all during the same timeline. My name is Patty. I grew up in Cherokee, and I went to school at the University of Oklahoma for a year. A year while I was there, I heard this lady. Her name was B. Shawanda speak, and she was from Alberta, Canada. And she was speaking. She was a native from Alberta, and she was talking about her tribe and her people and the historical events that had occurred in her ancestors' timeline. And as she talked about certain events and the impact of those events and how they are still, the effects is still prevalent today in this present generation. And so she developed this presentation called multi-generational grief and trauma. So I want to give B credit for inspiring me to have the opportunity to be able to develop what I thought was the answer. Idealistic as I was thinking at the time, I thought if my people in Cherokee could hear this presentation, it would the healing would be so, it would just it would be so impactful. Well, I was dead wrong. As much as I believed in it, there were so many elders that had gone to boarding schools were really upset with me. And I understood why, but I also believed that as a mental health therapist, and I want to put my disclaimer out there. I have worked in mental health for the last 30 years, substance abuse. I am not a researcher. I'm not a historian. So what you will hear today comes from the mental health perspective. And so there will be some of the same information that James presented, but just in a little different kind of way. So, but I believe that it will all be in alignment. So this presentation, I named it Transcending Trauma. If I let go, who will catch me? And what I have learned in my professional and personal experiences, all of us have been wounded, no matter the skin color, no matter our role in the lives, our careers that we've taken. All of us have been wounded on some level. And all cultures have their own historical trauma. And so this particular presentation will be virtually about the Cherokees, but also can include other tribes. Okay. Our objectives is to understand historical trauma related to Native Americans, to learn how historical trauma continues to impact the behaviors and attitudes and our perceptions on a present day basis, and learn how trauma is passed on generationally. This coined the definition of historical grief and trauma by Maria Yellowhorse Braveheart, is a cumulative and psychic wounding across generations related to massive root trauma. James just went down a timeline, and he talked about on a massive root level for generations of the Cherokees that experience the broken treaties and the ceded land. Cumulative and psychic wounding. We know that the Cherokees, just the removal, he said over 17,000 was removed at one time. And as a cumulative and psychic wounding, it has affected us across generations. James showed you the 8 states. If you'll look at these maps, in the year of 1492, the whole North America continent belonged to the indigenous population, all different tribes. By the time the Europeans landed and started moving westward, 1776, they started taking our land, and the whole goal was to annihilate us, to exterminate us, and take what belonged to us. And he talked about the 8 states of the Cherokee land base. And if you'll look at that little tiny spot right above the Florida, what is it? The tail of the Florida, state of Florida, and the little spot up there, that is currently our land base. Now, when we think about massive root trauma, for those of you who can honestly say, well, I've lived on my family's land for the last 5 generations, or I've been living on my family land, or maybe the state came through, called eminent domain, and took our land from our family, and I've been angry ever since. Well, what about the Cherokees? And today people will say, yeah, I run into Cherokees from time to time, and man, they're angry. I don't know, and I'll tell them, I wasn't there. I didn't do it to you. What are you mad at me for? And we talk about trauma being generational. And now there's research shows that our trauma is genetic. It's passed down in our DNA. So none of us is getting out of this, without having to reconcile our own trauma on some level. This is our timeline. Using James' information and a little bit of ours, the Cherokees, native people, think on a circular. Non-natives think linear. So that's the dominant society. So when you're trying to put someone into a society that thinks linear, or that the dominant society is linear thinking, and you bring an indigenous person into that world and expect them to adapt, there's going to be some issues. So in the 1500s, the European first contact, and that missionization started in the 1700s. And I talked about that because I had heard that the Quakers were some of the first missionaries that came, and the Moravians as well. So they wanted to Christianize the Native Americans and replace our spirituality with, believing in their God. And so, thinking in a circle, we believe that everything is interrelated. It's not just one way of thinking. And then the epidemics hit in 1738. Again, like he said, another ploy to kill off the natives. They gave the natives blankets that were infected with the smallpox. Alcohol was introduced. And so when the settlers wanted to trade with the natives, they would give them alcohol. And for those of you who have had the opportunity to experience the effects of alcohol, we know that it lowers our inhibitions, distorts our thinking. And so that's when they talked about firewater. And people would say, well, you don't know how to hold your firewater. Boy, you're really mean when you drink. Well, they said that the term firewater comes from when the settlers would give the natives alcohol that was mixed with gunpowder. They wouldn't drink it, but they gave it to the natives. And so that's where the term firewater came from. In the 1870s, the boarding schools were introduced. The boarding schools, according to the goal of the government, and Jimmy talked about the different boarding schools they had in place. They were to civilize us, assimilate us out into a dominant society so we can, be competitive in the job market, and to acculturate us. They wanted us to adopt your culture and reject who God created us to be. He created us to be indigenous with our own language, with our own way of living. And yet the Europeans wanted to force that upon us, indicating that if you become more like us, adopt our values and beliefs, you'll be able to live in the world along with other white people. Well, that wasn't going to happen. That has never happened, even until today, in some senses. So natives were not able to live alongside their white counterparts because we weren't white. And when the children wanted to go back home to their tribal nations and their communities, they were no longer accepted there either, because their tribal communities would say, you don't belong here. You're no longer native. And so these people lived between two worlds and not belonging to either one. So the Carlisle boarding school was, the guy that was there, Henry Pratt, he was a retired military man. And his motto was, in order to save the man, we must kill the Indian. And so they set forth with overhauling. And one Filipino priest told me one time, he said, Patty, they did this to my people in the Philippines. And he said, and when I went to the seminary, they wouldn't let me speak my language. And he said, and you know what I call that? He said, I call that a cultural lobotomy. And I had never heard that term, but that's exactly what the goal was for the federal government, for the natives and the indigenous population across the United States, not just for the Cherokees and in Canada. So there was lots of our identity that was lost, our culture, language, family values, and spiritual values. They wanted us to become Christians. There was no family role modeling for the kids that went to the boarding schools. In fact, the kids that had several siblings that went to the boarding schools, they were not allowed to acknowledge each other in the dining room or on the playground. And if they were caught speaking their own language, then they were severely punished. There are horror stories that my mom's generation and 3 generations back could tell you of the experiences that the horrific, traumatic experiences that they had when they were caught singing their ceremonial songs, participating in anything that resembled their native culture, speaking their native language. And my mom and dad was a boarding school survivor. And she was stubborn. She was one extraordinary lady. And so she wasn't going to let them beat her language out of her. And so, of course, she had to drop out in the 8th grade to care for her mother who died shortly after that. But there was no family role modeling. And so the kids that come to the boarding schools and stayed, there were kids that would cry for their parents. And they would lay in the bed at night and they would cry. And then cry because they wanted somebody to come and and make them feel safe, because the kids in the boarding schools were sexually abused, emotionally abused, mentally and spiritually abused, because their skin was brown and they thought different. So a lot of traumatic experiences happened to the generations of students that went. My mother never spoke about being sexually abused or that kind of abuse because the trauma was still very, very present with her. And so they would come home, and then of course when they had children, of course, the lack of parenting skills made it difficult. In the 1780s, the Revolutionary War happened. We lost more land, and for the question about ceded land, a lot of the ceded land was in regards to the treaties that were made with the government or the state, and the treaties that were made never were honored. But they took our land, and like Jim said, we had to buy it back. So the change from traditional matriarchal to patriarchal, he talked about that because our matrilineal infrastructure came from the mother. That's our blood lineage. And that's our identification of who we are in the clan system. I am from the Deer clan. And so it was not, it was not encouraged for me to marry somebody in the same clan. So I was to marry someone in the Wild Potato clan or Long Hair clan or somebody. And like Jim said, you know, they came to live with me and within my clan. And so all the children and all the belongings, it belonged to me. And so then when I decided I'm done with him, I just set all of his belongings outside. So when he come home from wherever he was at, he needed to take his stuff and go on back to the house where his clan. So if my son is from the Deer clan, so if he marries, and he did marry a young lady from the Long Hair clan, so he became a member of the Long Hair clan. And so that's how it was designed for us in the matrilineal structure. He talked about Sequoia and developing the syllabary, and us, the Cherokees, being one, I guess, the only tribe that has a written language. So then, and he also developed the newspaper, the Cherokee Phoenix. In the 1838 was the removal. He talked about other groups that were moved out of our original homelands and moved westward. And it was during the winter time, and the women who were pregnant, you know, they lost their children because it was so cold, and they had to leave in the stockades with what was on their back. And like he said, oftentimes they were locked up with what they had at the time, and many of them did not have any shoes. They did not have adequate clothing, and they were not allowed to participate in their ceremony of when they would lose someone to death, because they were on the trek to Oklahoma. They said, we're going to move you to Oklahoma, and Oklahoma was desolate, and nobody wanted that land. And they said, the out of sight, out of mind. And if we put you over there with, you know, in the state of Oklahoma, you can fight amongst yourself and we won't have to bother with you. Well, they said, agreed, we'll never bother you. You'll be at peace. But then oil was discovered. And then they wanted that. And there is a movie out. If you get a chance to watch it when it comes out, I haven't watched it, but I've read the book. In the 1860s, the government boarding schools separated the families. The children were abandoned. They were abused and they were adopted out. And the state charter was developed in 1887. And again, the poverty was so high, and it's like that in most Native communities that live on reservations, because there's no industry. And the students that went to the boarding schools oftentimes learned a trade, and the belief was that we as Natives were not smart enough to be. And you saw the villages in the beginning before the Europeans. You saw the structures. So they said we weren't smart enough to be doctors and lawyers and nurses. So we're going to teach you how to be do domesticated work, the females, and the males then were to learn auto mechanics and carpentry. And a lot of the students would go on out into the dominant society and make a living. Some of the students died, and the parents were never, ever, ever notified. So a lot of the parents thought that their children had gone out into the world at large and was making a living, because they didn't know anything about them dying and how many of the kids ran away. Many of the kids were they were hunted down and brought back. Many of the kids that made it home oftentimes were protected by their families and said, you don't have to go back. And there were other children that parents says, you need to go back, because they could see the writing on the wall, that it was eventually it would be, the way of life. So in 1924, we were granted United States citizenship. In the 1930s, chronic disease began. Now, when the federal government rounded us up, they started having to feed us. And the food that they would give us was often rations that were spoiled and that nobody else would eat. And they would be in the stockades. And to think that the land base was as big as it was, and the Cherokee men was hunters, and we grew a lot of our food. And so when our land base was reduced to nothing, almost, there was no land to grow, or the freedom to grow food, or to go out and hunt. So the food that was government rationing, and so it was given to us, and at their sole convenience. And so our whole body system started changing and trying to absorb what food that was given, and it was affecting our physical being, and the disease began to affect the tribal members. World War II and World War I, more Native Americans served in the armed forces than any other minority. And somebody said, well, were they drafted? Well, no, because we didn't become citizens until the 24. So there was no way to have a census to get a draft letter to the individuals. So the Native Americans willingly and voluntarily stepped up and said, I'm going to serve in the armed forces. And if you remember the land base, the mindset of Native Americans says, this is really my home. This is my home. And if I have to go protect it, then I'm going to go. So when I saw a saying in the or a book, somebody wrote a book and it says, you know, the song, "This is my land." This is, you know, that, you know, "This is my land." I don't know the rest of it. And that book is titled, "No, This is Their Land." I thought that was cute. The Great Smoky Mountain National Park came into being, and of course, like James said, it afforded the tribal members to make a little money so that they could stay with their families and would not have to leave and go to some other part of the country to earn a living. And then relocation took place in the early 1950s. And the relocation was that they had a set office, and you would go down there and you would sign up and you'd say, "I want to go to Chicago," or "I want to go to Denver, Colorado," or "I want to go to Chicago, Cincinnati," and those metropolitan areas where they were busing the people who wanted to go out and learn a trade, and they promised them that they would be able to stay in the house and they would be able to live with other natives and they would get all this stuff. Well, that wasn't going to happen. This man said he went, and he said, we went to Chicago, and he said, and it was in the slums, the house that they had put us in, and he said it was awful, and it was designed, or the way it was presented, you know, once you get your trade, you can go out into mainstream America and compete in the job market. So a lot of them didn't stay. They came home. A lot of them stayed and did well. And a lot of them felt like they had nowhere to go because they didn't feel like they belonged in their tribal communities. And they have what they call Indian urban centers now in the big cities, where natives that come from different tribal communities will have a place, a center that they can come to and get the support that they need while they're there. And then in the 70s, the Indian Education Act was passed. Again, you know, when the government was trying to take over, everything was forced to go underground. And so even the ways of the Cherokees, they weren't allowed to teach their cultural ways and beliefs in the school system until 1978. In 1970, that was 78, was the Freedom of Religion Act. So they could come bring their songs and their dances back. And there were some people who refused to give up those songs, and there's not very many of them left that know the songs and know that history and know that culture that can be introduced back into this present day generation. But it's coming back, and it's making some headway. In 1980, our first female, and I always like, I know it's in the Western tribe, but I always like to introduce this because her name is Wilma Mankiller, and she was the first chief for the Cherokee Nation. And because we're matrilineal, I just felt like it was important to include, although she was in Oklahoma. And then in 1995, we, Eastern Band, elected our first female chief, Joyce Dugan, as James had alluded to earlier. And then in 1995, the gaming came about. But the chronic diseases is still on the rise. The diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and it is not any better today. It continues to be rampant throughout our community. This is the stickball players, and the lady in the middle is one of the beloved women. And she, her name is Maggie Wachacha. This is the stickball team. And then a lady who, you know, is a homemaker. And then, of course, another homemaker with a child on her back. And that's how my mom used to carry her children. And that's the way a lot of Cherokees carry their children. And my mom was no different. Here is a little bit of a video that I want you to hear. It is Craig White. He went on the journey to forgiveness with us back in 2012. And it's just about 6 or 8 minutes, but I feel like it's very poignant. And he was here earlier. Some of you may know him or recognize him.
I wasn't going to speak, but my heart wouldn't let me sit still. And then Peggy said, go ahead. So I figured I had to. My name is Craig White, and I am a member of the Cherokee Healing and Wellness Coalition of the Eastern Band. It's an honor to be a member of that group. It's an even deeper honor to be invited along on this journey. And it is triply an honor to be a witness here today and to see the United Gatoa Band and the Cherokee Nation and the Eastern Band all come together. I'm deeply moved. And I know that there is joy in that coming together, but my heart is filled with grief. Because as I hear the stories of suffering, it is my people that are the architects of that suffering. People said to me, you know, what's a white man doing going on the Cherokee journey to healing and forgiveness? And some people didn't say it because they were too polite, but they were thinking it. And I said, you know, my people were on that journey too. My people were the politicians that voted for the Indian Removal Act. And my people were the politicians that argued against it and lost. My people were the soldiers that came to people's homes and marched out women and children and men at the point of a bayonet. And my people were the missionaries that told that story to the newspapers all over the country. My people were the neighbors that collected blankets and food when the people were removed so fast to give to their neighbors in the stockades. And my people were the ones that swept in immediately afterwards to burn the homes and burn the crops and steal the livestock and take the food and take the crockery just as quick as they could. Excuse me. So this is our story too, and I don't know how we're going to heal until we tell that story. So I've been doing some reading around, you know, honestly, my question, what's a white man doing on a forgiveness journey? My question is, how can one people do this to another people? I mean, especially given we all know that Creator just made one people, right? And I think it comes from telling the wrong story. We've told ourselves the wrong story. And that story, the story that we brought with us from Europe, was a story of white supremacy. We lost sight of the fact that we are one people among the many, and we told ourselves a story that we are one people above the rest. And once you start telling that story, it's poison for the heart and the spirit. I've been reading around how that history showed up, and it's so important, the history that we are hearing today, and how much that history doesn't get told. You know, after the Revolutionary War, there was no way that the colonies were going to hold back until they owned all the land east of the Mississippi River. The only question was how that was going to happen, right? There were treaties signed, but those treaties were a way to get the rest of the land around that treaty. And I don't know if there was ever an intention to honor those treaties. the presidents, the first presidents, Washington and Jefferson and them, they believed that white people had a cultural superiority and that all we needed to do was acculturate the Indians, teach them white ways of farming and white family structures and the white concept of owning property. And if we could just make them white enough, then the American colonies could just gradually push westward and roll over the Indians as we went. And that was their strategy. It was a strategy of cultural assimilation. By the time we got to the 1820s, 1830s, Andrew Jackson era, well, the other thing that was going on with white people was slavery. And that story became not just cultural superiority, but racial superiority. We believed that we were inherently made by God to be better. And once that story became dominant, it didn't seem like there was any need or any possibility of cultural assimilation. So by the time Andrew Jackson gets up into there, the question is removal or extinction. And he considered himself a good man because he advocated for removal. I think it shows you what we can justify when we put our minds to it. I think it's really important that my people tell this story, name this story, and claim this story for one reason, and that's because the history is just as present with us as it is with y'all. We haven't stopped telling that story, that white people are superior. It was a long bus ride out here, and so we watched some movies on the way, and one of those movies that we watched was Captain America. I'm not cracking on y'all for picking Captain America. But I'll tell you, if that movie is about anything, it's about how a white man is the biggest and the strongest and the smartest and the fastest, and he can do anything that he chooses to do, and he can take anything that he wants to take. We are still telling ourselves that story. And even worse, we're telling y'all that story. And I wanted to say that, to say, we have taken pretty much all the land that we could get, but colonization hasn't ended, right? What we're colonizing now is your hearts and your minds and your children's hearts and minds. Because we're still broken. We're still telling ourselves that story that we're better. So I just wanted to tell you that I'm deeply sorry. I'm deeply sorry for what my people have done, for what I myself have done, and I honestly don't know how to live with the fact that I'm the beneficiary of the trauma that you've suffered. I'm not going to ask for forgiveness because I don't feel like I have any right to ask. And because I think before one can ask for forgiveness, one needs to stop the evil that's asked for being forgiven. Way back when the Congress was debating, can the Indian people be civilized? And a little later on, they were debating, are Indians really fully human? And it's really clear to me that we had it backwards. And the question that we were really answering in those debates is, can we be civilized? Can we treat our brothers like our brothers? The question we were answering is, can we be fully human? Can we look in the mirror and see not just the people that look like us, but all the people that Creator made? And back in the 1830s, I think we came up short on both questions. I'm not sure that we would do a whole lot better today, but I give you my word that for myself and for my son and for my family, I will do my best to tell the truth and to heal. Thank you for listening.
Can you hear me? That was Craig White, and he was one of the non-natives. We had several that went on that trip, and so I wanted to share with you his experience. The government plan again was a extermination, acculturation, assimilation, or relocation. Acculturation and colonization, again, at the insistence of the federal government, through religion, dress, lifestyle, language, social, agricultural, schools, and government. Okay. Boarding schools, you'll see that the children were forced to wear uniforms. They were not allowed to wear their own traditional clothing. And so they had to wear military type clothing. The school itself was militaristic setting. They weren't permitted to speak the language, practice traditional ceremonies. And they never had any, they didn't ever receive any parenting skills because it wasn't modeled by the staff. They were all oftentimes retired military people that became the staff in the boarding school. This is the Carlisle boarding school in Pennsylvania. For those of you who knew Jim Thorpe, he attended this school. He is, I think, still considered the greatest athlete in the world. And so the kids that arrived at the boarding schools, the sign that said the English stops here. Well, these kids were, some of them as young as 3 on up, that was forced to go to the boarding schools. And especially if the kids didn't have their parents, they were sent to the boarding schools. A lot of the girls, a lot of the boys were farmed out to very rich business people who were that lived there in the town of Carlisle and made to be their slaves, working as a domesticator. The kids, they had to cut their hair. They talked about many different tribal kids that came from different across the United States, and when they would cut their hair, the cultural belief was that was because someone had passed away. And so the story is that when they would cut their hair, the staff would hear these kids wailing and grieving for days because they believed that because their hair was cut, someone in their family must have died. That was their understanding. Over 12,000 kids attended the Carlisle boarding school as the time it was in effect. So the boarding schools, again, are militaristic. They knew how to take orders. They knew how to, be where they needed to be. They needed how to clean their rooms to expectations. And so when the students grew up and some of them joined the armed forces, some of the staff would say to them, man, you Indians know how to, you guys were going up the ladder much quicker than your counterparts. Where did you learn how to march like you do and, to follow orders? And their response is, I went to the boarding school. So they already was preconditioned for that environment. Okay, anytime. Come on. Evan. Okay, this is Is it dead? This one? Okay, I can do that. So again, this picture depicts a person that, you know, in their original cultural environment, and then the armed serviceman that was colonized and you know, fitted for the armed services, and the feelings that when an individual went to the armed services, as the same as going to the boarding schools, when they left their tribal communities, they knew who they were. They knew their role in their clan. They knew the significance. But once they returned to their tribal communities, oftentimes they were broken, wounded, disconnected from their native and traditional ways and beliefs. So when the kids would be at the boarding schools and they would cry for someone to come and take them home or make them safe or protect them, they learned early on that no one was going to come. So they had to develop their own survival skills and their own coping skills in order to survive that environment. They were void of emotions except anger and fear, because they lived between two worlds and they didn't belong in either. This was this is one of the Trail of Tears. This was the Northern Trail. And along, like James said, over 4,000 died along that trail. It was during the winter months. This is when the social workers in Cherokee, and this basket is on display, when the babies, when there was young women that were getting ready to have babies and then did deliver them, they would go up and convince the mothers that they weren't smart enough to be mothers or be a parent, and that they didn't know how to, you know, provide for their for their babies. And so the social worker would put the babies in the basket and then take them back down to their office to be adopted out. And this basket is on display, as I said. Historical grief and trauma. Acculturation is where students were forced, or they had to reject or abandon their own culture in order to adopt their European cultural ways. The boarding schools forced assimilation to adopt white values and beliefs and be accepted in order to be accepted in white society. Missionization. Christianity was forced in the name of God over their native spirituality, and many were caught. If many were caught, if they were killed if they were caught practicing their ceremonies or singing any of their ceremonial songs. The stories are told that that if they would not accept Christianity as their belief system, then they would, and they had like 5 minutes to make up their mind. They would be killed if they wanted to maintain their own spiritual beliefs. So relocation was forced to give up land, ceded or forced, and relocate to Indian Territory in Oklahoma. Trauma responses. Psychic numbing, anxiety-related disorders, substance abuse, self-medicating, chronic sadness, depression, unresolved grief and mourning, detachment, mistrust, anger, rage, fear, and shame. Response to trauma. Oftentimes when we are in an environment of being traumatized, we develop what they call a survival mode. Poor affect tolerance, emotional regulator was broken. Many of the students who went to the boarding schools, they had no emotional regulator to tell them the correct and appropriate emotion to have at the specific time. Because, as I said earlier, because they knew that when they cried and cried and cried or hoped against hope that someone would come and take them home, eventually they realized that they weren't coming, that they were on their own. And so they were able to, they disconnected from their emotions. And so you hear people say, I'm afraid to cry. If I start crying, I won't be able to stop. That is an indicator of how much trauma one has packed inside themselves. You know, my mom never did cry. We never saw my mom cry. And so, except right before she passed away, and she was feeling vulnerable, psychic numbing, shutting down emotionally. I think my mother had shut down emotionally. And she had to, because she had so many children, but in order to do what she needed to do. But I think her previous experiences in the boarding school had preconditioned her for her parenthood. So hypervigilance, adrenaline high, questioning it, is it safe for me to be here? Or can I be myself? Well, in the boarding schools, children knew they couldn't be themselves. They couldn't, they were hypervigilant because they didn't know when one of the staff was going to come in and take them out to sexually abuse them. And then the older kids became perpetrators in order, and began to perpetrate on the younger kids. A young man who was he was about 7, with his police officer told this story that he went to a domestic violence call, and when he got there, he said the house was in shambles, and the man and woman, you could tell they'd been fighting and scuffling, and when the little boy, 7-year-old little boy from behind the couch come running around, and he looked at the police officer and he said, I know you came to my school. And he was just grinning, and he was just like happy to see him. That's psychic numbing. The little boy's 7 years old, and he was living in a war zone. And he knew that nobody, by the time he got this age, nobody was going to come and help him. The very people that are supposed to protect him were the very perpetrators. And he had no power, he had no control. So he had to develop his survival mode and cope with what came down the pike. The little boy that was 5 years old, he was laying in the bed, and he slept with a ball bat under his bed. And he said, I knew when my stepdad was going to come in. He said, I knew when he stepped on the pole up and come through the door, I knew he was drunk, and I knew he was going to beat on my mom. And he said, I had to protect my little sister and my mom. He's 5. He was hypervigilant. And so when his dad would come in and do, his violence against the family, the little boy said to his mother one day, he said, Mom, why can't we move? Why can't we go somewhere safe where Dad can't find us? She said to him, this is my marriage. This is my family. I'll decide what we do. So he had to live in that family system. He couldn't be himself. Substance abuse was often used as a coping skill. It was in order to numb out. Fixation to the trauma. It happened so often, and if it wasn't happening, then oftentimes either the wife or the children, they would do something in order to create chaos, because they were so used to living on the edge. And of course, depression, a feeling of hopelessness and feeling like nothing is ever going to change. And so oftentimes that's what the kids in the boarding school experienced. Nothing is ever going to change. I just need to survive. The generational cycle of self-destructive lifestyle. Now, most of the time, by the time we get from birth to 14 years old, oftentimes we will experience one or more of these that's listed under the experiences: death, DV, rape, bullying, racism, abandonment, oppression, poverty, physical, sexual, emotional, mentally abuse. We will have experienced that between birth and 14, most inevitably. If we have a chemically dependent parent or parents, or a violent abusive parent or parents, a boarding school parent, a survivor parent, or an absent parent, we will have experienced it. So if you take mom and dad over here and you X out dad, and you add 4 more siblings over on the right side, you will have my profile. My mom was 35 years old, and she had 7 children under the age of 13 when my father died, and she was pregnant with me. Now, my mom didn't tell my dad that she was pregnant with me, because she didn't want to bother him, because she knew he was dying. She didn't want him to worry that he had another child on the way. So all of these children under the age of 13 ranged from 7 months, and they were 2 years apart. And by the time we get 14, and you see where our journey veers off, oftentimes, by the time when we live in this kind of family system, by the time we're 12, 13 years old, and we're coming into our own, after experiencing some of these traumatic experiences. You know, when I was a small child, you know, it was nothing for someone, you know, to come into my room and to take liberties with me as a child. But I knew I couldn't tell anybody, because first of all, nothing would get done, I felt, because of the way the family structure was. My mother never remarried. And by the time I got up to, she would tell us, you know, I wouldn't put another man over my children. And of course, by the time I became an adult and had my own personal, you know, experiences, I thought, well, there wasn't a man dumb enough to marry her with her 8 kids. So, you know, I was just kind of like, it all made sense then. But, you know, when you've got a child that says, Mom, when I was at school today, a bunch of boys pulled my pants down. And the mom says, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Well, just don't go around them no more. Don't pay no attention to those boys. The little girl says, Mom, Uncle Joe came into my room last night, and he was touching me and doing things to me. And Mom says, what? Uncle Joe would never do that. I don't want to ever hear that ever again. Do you understand me? And so the feelings that comes with those traumatic experiences is fear, shame, guilt, anger, resentment, hate. And these are real feelings that gets packed inside us, the trauma. And by the time we're 14 years old, you know, my body's changing, and my mom told me, because she'd never remarried, and I think she was angry because my dad died and left her with her children. I think she was angry about that, because she was a very angry woman. She never told us that she loved us. She never told us that we was special or that we were valued. She wasn't affectionate. She never let us touch her. And I was a little girl. I was little, and I wanted my mom to hold me. I wanted her to tell me that she loved me. Never said, get off of me, go play. And so she told us, you don't need a man. She told me and my 2 sisters, I had 5 brothers, you don't need a man. You learn how to work, you learn how to take care of yourself, you learn how to be independent. And so I learned that well. And so as I got up to 13, 14, 15 years old, you know, my body's changing and I'm getting, you know, my hormones begin to rage, because that's how our developmental process is supposed to be. But nobody told me anything about that. I just knew it was happening. And so she's saying, you don't need a man. But my body was telling me that I damn sure wanted one. And so, of course, you know, as a young teenager, I didn't have the mechanism to put together the reasons why I wasn't supposed to do this or that. So by the time I turned 14, 15, and I grant you, probably everyone in this room, maybe not everyone, but a lot of you would be able to state what age you were when you said to yourself, nobody is ever going to hurt me again. Nobody. Because at this age, we're now knowing that, and we're old enough that we can protect ourselves. And so we veer off. We're veering off into our own, we're spreading our wings and coming into our own, and we begin to practice the same things that the same behaviors that we grew up in. Generational manifestation, historical trauma. What's killing our people? We know that there are 4 aspects of who we are as a human being: mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. And we know that if there are something out of balance, we know that we have to work on that in order to get things back in alignment. And it takes a whole lifetime to keep this in alignment. It's just not a one-time event. So in my community, nonverbal expressions is important, with moments of silence during conversations. Oftentimes, you know, when you talk to a native person, they want to take time to think about it. And sometimes if English is their second language, they have to process it as best as they can and break it down into English. May not openly express feelings to persons, because that's something that if they went to boarding school, again, they're disconnected from their emotions. So they're not able to be expressive. The reaction to emotional pain may not be expressed by showing anger. And sometimes it might be the only emotion that we see is anger. And then we take it personal. And then all of a sudden, when we take it personal, there is no win-win situation. But oftentimes, if we know this background, and we know that if the person approaches us that is angry, then we know that we give them grace, and we say, oh, you know, we validate it, and then the relationship then can move forward. Personal space and territorial. Direct eye contact can be offensive for some tribal members. You know, some people are more prone now today to look you in the eye, but back, you know, in past generations, it was not something that we did. Asking permission prior to touching. Don't assume it's okay. Your hair is so beautiful. Can I touch it? Extended family may be a part of the visit or interview. Nodding or replying with affirmative may not mean that understand. Agreement, they may not mean they are in agreement, or they even understand. So trust issues, when we think 500-year history of oppression, Indians have never been viewed as humane. Lyndon B. Johnson said that the Native Americans are the forgotten Americans. And there's a lot of people here in this present day will tell you that I didn't even believe that Indians there were any around. Long-standing history of mistrust. Over 300 treaties were broken, and none of them were upheld. None. And so we're supposed to trust, you know, we're supposed to automatically trust. historical events connected to the effects of generational grief and trauma, the removal, boarding schools, broken treaties, forced adoptions. Many tribes across the nation continues to thrive, and that's what Jim was talking about. This was the Katua Academy. These are some of the kids that have gone to that, and this was a beloved elder, Jerry Wolf, who served in the armed services. We are resilient. We adapt, we survive, and we have overcome. We are still here. Okay, this is just a part of the provider community. You know, when you're talking to natives, identify yourself, don't rush, ask for their support system. In summary, our culture influences how people perceive and react to crisis and trauma, including how and when people seek help and to whom they turn for help. As a provider, and Jimmy talked about the Indian Health Service providers, we should first be particularly mindful of our own culture. And that's encouraged because if you don't know your own culture and you come into another culture environment, expecting or anticipating the fact that you feel like you've got all the answers, but you don't even know where you yourself have come from, it makes for a very difficult relationship, if at all. My mother knew that smoke is like the back of her hand, and she knew over 230 some odd plants. My mom and dad were herbalists, so they'd make medicine for poor people. So she went to the doctor, and she told the doctor, she was talking about her knee hurting, and she told the doctor, she said, I, put this on, and worked, this kind of medicine that she had made. And he looked at her and he said, who's the doctor here, me or you? Shut my mom down just like that. So he had no idea what a rich culture he was working in. And he chose to authoritize himself. When we know who we are, we can appreciate the cultural differences, social norms, and taboos of other cultures. That doesn't mean that we agree or disagree. More importantly, we are not, I don't know what that is. This thing says, I don't know, it don't matter. More importantly, we're not judgmental. Okay, that was important, wasn't it? Lord. Come over here. I'm about done. The police are standing over here. Remember, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Thank you for okay.
We're taking questions. Questions, anyone?
Our comments. And I must say, after I present, this is not uncommon, the reaction. Just sit with yourself. And it's honorable and validate what you've experienced or what you've heard and be with it. Yes.
Hi, I worked in substance abuse, and I wondered if you ran into that parameter being less influential than this cultural one when people had a substance abuse problem that were natives.
I'm not sure I understand.
When I worked with other white people, I was working with the trauma and how substance abuse was passed on, alcoholism specifically. But I never worked on a cultural level. Did you find that the disease of alcoholism was secondary to the cultural trauma?
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
I don't care where the natives came from and the tribes. I've worked with many, many, many different tribes. And a young man that I worked with in Oklahoma, he was a Blackfoot Indian. And he said this Catholic family adopted him. And he was early on when he was 9, he would go to the Catholic school and he'd sit out in the parking lot because the kids made fun of him because he was native. His skin was dark and he was very dark. And he said he told his adopted parents, I want to go where my people are. And they were in Montana. They took him to Montana and they took him to the poorest part of the reservation. And they were afraid that he would want to stay with his people. So they showed him the most desolate, sad, dark side of his own people. So he wouldn't want to go live there with them. And he didn't. So, you know, for people, we're all human beings and God created us all. But until we decide to heal and to own what our ancestors have done, because if it's genetic for us to be passed down the trauma, what is it has been passed down to you? And all rightful so. It's not right or wrong or different. It just is. And that's what makes us, that's the spiritual thread that binds us, is when we acknowledge the fact, I have trauma too, and I see your pain. I identify with your pain. And that puts us on a level playing field. And that allows us to bind together as brother and sister. And that's what God wants us to be, I believe. He wants us to be one human race as He created us. We have a rich, rich, rich culture. And some cultures are more rich than ours as Cherokees. But if we look at all the sadness and depression and the lack of, we don't get anything back. But it's all around us. The gifts and the richness, it's all around us and it's all inside of us, each and every one of us. Thank you.
Patty? Patty, could I ask, what's available to people in Cherokee or on the Qualla boundary for mental health services now?
Oh my gosh, let me tell you, we as a tribe would always have to contract with state services in order to get our people served. And oftentimes, but it's not any different for non-natives because they didn't have any places for them to go. The beds available at the Smoky Mountain Mental Health Entity and all the other programs that serve the state. So our people would wind up be sitting in the emergency room for hours, for days, oftentimes. So now we have, because of the casino and the revenue that it's generated, we have our own mental health outpatient program, which we did have, and it was fairly small, but now it's got, I don't know how many employees, but we have our own inpatient treatment program that's located in Snowbird. And then we have our psych ward that when people come in that's duly diagnosed, then if they have, problems with, that's having psychotic breaks and needs to be evaluated. We have our own psychiatrist on site. We have a women's transitional living house. We are just recently opened a men's transitional living house for those that are getting out of treatment, can go in for that continuum of care. So those are the resources. It's in abundance. We probably are best suited for our mental health and substance abuse program services than anybody in the state, and I know any tribe across the nation.
Can I ask you something? I'm not sure whether I've understood correctly, and it may be just me. But I wanted to clarify whether your mother was unable to parent you properly because of all these different factors that were affecting your people in her generation, or whether she was a boarding school survivor.
She was a boarding school survivor. She had no parenting skills. She would pull my hair and she would call me stupid because I couldn't learn as quickly as she thought I should be able to. She would whip my brothers with extension cords, and she would whip them with water hoses. She would throw sticks of stove woods at us, and she would call us. She would yell and scream. My mother did not drink and she did not smoke. She was a full-blood Cherokee, and she was the most extraordinary lady that I ever had the privilege of knowing. But I couldn't appreciate that because she spoke the language. She was a basket maker. She could make a meal out of nothing because she fed us off the fruits of the land. And she said that when my dad died, the social services department, which was, welfare system at the time, put us, we were on welfare. She got paid, I think, $78 a month for her 8 children. And they wanted so bad for my mom to she used the word farm us out. And I think that was something that was happening within the boarding school, that term that she picked up. And she said, I kept my children. She kept us together, but it was a horrific childhood. But we survived, and now we can appreciate her gifts because I have healed my trauma. And I've been able to accept my mom and love her because I had so much hate for her. I loved her, but I hated her. And that was the internal conflict. But when I realized that I could say it out loud, that I hated her, and all the hate that I had, that I felt like I had, dissipated. Because then I knew my mom was just a human being. She wasn't some super woman. She wasn't a god. She was a human being that was wounded and had been, had been traumatized, just like me. And then I could begin to look at my mother and love her because, see, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I was one of the ones that went and turned to alcohol as a way to numb my experiences and my trauma and my feelings. And when I got into recovery back in 1987, and my life began to change, I began to see through a different lens. And I knew my mother she loved us with all her heart. She didn't give us up like she could have easily. I think I would have if my kids were like that. But she chose not to. And I think that was because of what she was afraid of. And she did say, I didn't teach my kids to speak Cherokee because I didn't want them to experience what I experienced. And see, the trauma was no longer, there was no more boarding schools, but the trauma was still very present in her because I would hear her tell her friends, I didn't teach my children how to speak Cherokee because I didn't want them to go through what I went through. And that is the standard response for many of the individuals that survived the boarding school. You can hear boarding school was not bad for everybody, and it wasn't intended to be bad. But the people who was running it is the ones that caused the trauma. And a lot of the people said, if it hadn't been for the boarding school, you know, there's no telling where I would be because it was so bad at home. Boarding school was better in some cases for some kids. So it's not a, you know, it's not a black and white thing. It is across the board, and it means one experience will be something different for someone else that attended the boarding school.
Thank you so much, Patty Grant Edgemon. We're so honored to have you here and you're sharing your stories. Thank you.
Well, I got more. No.
Yes.
We have reached the time for lunch and Elizabeth has those details.
So, I mean, we have been so moved by this story that I know that lunch can be a time to go through the experience of having listened to that. So we're aware of that. The places to eat lunch are definitely out here. There's benches, birds, sun, and in the front, there's places to eat if you want to go outdoors. Or you can stay in here, whatever your choice. And we will ring little cymbals or something when lunch hour is up. We'll let you know. But we have a wonderful person here named Susan who understands how to move 80 people to lunch. And I'm going to let her take over.
Okay, and they normally are 7 to 10 years old. So let's see who is a better listener. I was surprised to see that my lunch order is on the back of my name tag because I have forgotten what I ordered. So if you look at the back of your name tag, you'll see your lunch. And we're going to start with the speakers, of course, if our guests would go ahead and help themselves when they can.
And that would be SHENELLE and her group in the back.
Okay, so let's let our speakers
SHENELLE and
get
your
in
group,
line
you
first.
can go into the line first because you're up next after lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, please help yourself.
The
And
box
they're-
lunches are
They're
labeled.
labeled. Okay. The
And
box-
if you don't have anything on the back of your name tag, if you came late or if you were a walk-in, we will have extras, but you may want to wait and see what's left.
That's like you put the stand in the middle.
Yeah.
This is the belt layout. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's perfect. Wildcat, like the wildcat. Yeah.
All right.
Just whenever you feel like people are
Here.
and
They're waiting. We're just waiting.
oh, okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The tea and coffee will be out there all afternoon, and then we have fry bread coming later. And that's a special treat. Right now, I am so thrilled to introduce to you our musical performers, Jamie Marie Spears and Jarrett Wildcat. Jarrett's from, yeah. Jarrett is here from Cherokee. Jamie Marie luckily lives right there in Black Mountain. She's my neighbor, but we're just meeting. And Jamie also has her herbal products out on the table. So without further ado, thank you for being with us.
You are a treasure trove, olive grove, a desert rose. We are weavers, stone keepers, medicine dreamers. We are still here, always been here, 15,000 years or more. We are still here. We are still here. We are still here. I've always been here, 13. Feel it all. Eagle, Chirero, Eagle, Eagle, we are still here. We are still here. We are still here. We are still here. Chirero, Eagle, 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 Chirero,
Thank you so much, Jamie and Jared. That was beautiful. And the message is loud and clear from the Cherokee. We are still here. That's what they want us to know. They don't want us to think about them as historical people. They want us to know they're here. And Patty's going to introduce our next speakers. Right, Patty? Oh, it's right here.
Destin. Did everybody have a good lunch? Yes, it was very good, wasn't it? Okay, next on our agenda is Miss Chanel Feather. She's the Education Program Manager of the Museum of the Cherokee Indians in Cherokee, North Carolina. She's with the cultural specialist, Dylan Morgan. Is it Dylan or Dylan? Dylan Morgan and Nola. And Nola. Okay, let me start over, okay? Okay. Chanel Feather brings with her Dylan Morgan and Nola, who both work for the Museum of the Cherokee Indians as Atsila Notaski, the cultural specialist. Chanel and Nola will present a panel discussion, Healing Through the Arts. After the discussion, they will invite everyone to join them as Dylan Morgan leads us in the friendship dance. Chanel is EBCI, Dene, and Lakota. She's honored to serve her community and tribal nation as Education Program Manager of the Museum of the Cherokee Indians. Chanel matriarchally represents the Dene Nation. She'll tell you that in Navajo, and is an enrolled citizen of the EBCI. She was raised in the Rough Branch community of Wolftown on the Qualla boundary and currently resides in the Yalla Hill community. Chanel is passionate about her Dene, Zalagi, and Lakota cultures and enjoys learning and teaching about indigenous concepts and lifeways as she understands through her own lived experiences. Chanel works tirelessly to challenge people's understanding of indigenous people in Western North Carolina. In her role at the museum, she and her team are on the front lines of educating thousands of people every year whose preconceived notions of American Indians are deeply rooted in racist stereotypes, while also challenging her own community to connect and to heal. She enjoys jingle dress dancing anywhere, especially in the aisles of the grocery stores. So I give you Miss Chanel Feather and her team.
Check one. Check, show, one. Check, show, one. Show, one. Tali, zoi.
Shogwu, Tall, Zo.
Check, check, check.
Shio. Shio. Oh, stan. Yat Chanel feather in shit todich eatly nishle. Be bushes chin. Shio. Chanel feather. Tanela ugitafe dagwado. And how matakiapi. Hello, hello, my name is Chanel Feather, and I introduce myself in 3 languages because I'm an indigenous mutt. My first language, I said, was the Dene language. Colonizer term is called Navajo. I'm sure that's recognizable. But my grandpa says, you're not Navajo, you're Dene. You're Dene. Introduce yourself as a Dene. Because in our language, in the Dene language, that means the people. Dene means the people. Any translation that you hear in any indigenous language, the only thing that we call ourselves is the people. And that means something because we only see ourselves as the people, the human beings amongst that walks this land, because we live with all the rest of the beings here as equal. We're on the same level. And I introduced myself in my second language, my dad's language, the Cherokee language. And then the third is my Lakota language, which honors my great grandfather, who was from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. And if you haven't figured it out yet, Patty is my aunt. She's a lot of people's aunt. I tell this to a lot of people. She's a lot of people's aunt and a lot of people's grandma, or Guinea, as we call her affectionately. But she's mine, my blood by blood. So I have to take ownership of it. But I'm so happy to be here. That's Cherokee for I'm happy to be here. And I don't speak all of these languages. I know how to introduce myself because my parents made sure of that. My mother was a fluent speaker before boarding school. And then also before Mormon placement. She was from the Four Corners areas, and she grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah. And my dad grew up on the Kola boundary. And they raised myself and my 2 sisters on the Kola boundary. So even though matriarchally my mitochondrial DNA is Dene, I always say I present myself as a EBC, as a Cherokee woman. I'm an Eastern Band Cherokee woman, even though my bloodlines are Dene. I feel home in both places, but I relate more to being Eastern Band Cherokee because that's where I existed in my early years. I'm gonna let these young ones right here, these young elders in training, to introduce themselves. I'm very proud of these 2 sitting right here, and I want them to introduce themselves.
Shio, Nola Dagwado. Hello, everyone. My name is Nola. I'm a lead cultural specialist here, not here, but at the Museum of the Cherokee. And I was born and raised in Cherokee. I've grown up there my whole entire life. I grew up in the Big Cove community, and I am a part of the Long Hair clan. And yeah, I've been at the museum. This will 2024 will be my 4th year that I've been at the museum. And I appreciate you guys allowing me to be here today to speak to you all, and allowing me to have this space. So shki.
Shio, Nagada. Hello, everybody. Dalani Dagodo. My name is Dylan. I am 29 years old, of course, born and raised living in Cherokee. I am a cultural specialist at the Cherokee Museum. And my major job being there at the museum is to educate people on, of course, any questions that they have, our history, and also to showcase a lot of our crafts. And like one of the bigger things I've been trying to hold on to here lately is doing a lot of the river cane baskets. That was kind of like a very, very close dying art, but I hope that we can turn that back around. There's very few kids my age, even younger than me, that hardly get out and do any of these crafts anymore. So that's kind of been my major step, is what I want to try to make a difference in the community, is try to keep these crafts alive and rolling. And also, just like Nola said, I very much appreciate you guys for having us out here today. I'm having a wonderful day so far, and I hope you guys are as well.
Wow, wow. So Nola didn't mention that she is a finger weaver, but she is one of the younger ones. But whenever I first got there about a year and a half ago, she could probably say was the youngest at that time. But now she has taught so many younger ones than her. And there are some really good ones that she has mentored and taught and are doing well. But she really focuses on the history behind the design. She talks about that. And then she also just has a passion for teaching anyone who wants to learn how to finger weave. We don't have many finger weavers in our community. So she's doing her part in helping to preserve that and keep that alive. It's one of our oldest textile forms of utilitarian art that we carried and have been able to preserve till this long, till now, and even for the next generations. And then I want to brag about Dylan. Dylan is one of the very few male river cane basket makers. Most of our basket makers in our community are and have been women. And so Dylan and another guy who's my cousin in the community, they are two of the only male river cane basket makers. So they're both disrupting things in our community to make sure that these art forms are being preserved, and they're doing it actively daily. And they're also able to teach it. They not only do they, talk about it, teach it to visitors, but they exemplify it to our younger people, our younger EBCI people. They see them every day doing this. So it's really, really awesome to me, and I'm so humbled to be in their presence every single day, because I always want to remind people that I work with, especially Indigenous people, that every single day, if we're doing something that's Indigenous, we are making history. Thank you. And just by existing is our resistance. And so I believe that we're all miracles for sure. But the 1% of Indigenous people that are still here is just beyond miraculous. So with that being said, I know we're talking about art as healing. And I know my auntie touched on intergenerational and historical trauma and what that looks like in our communities. And I'm very fortunate. I have been home since 2020, and I moved away. I went to college, and I actually went to college. I went to Montreat for about 3 years, about 20 years ago now. And I went and played basketball there. And so I played basketball there for 3 years. And even though I did not grow up in a Christian home, I still went to a Presbyterian college. And I played basketball there for 3 years. And then I transferred to the Chicagoland area. And I moved to northern suburbs of Chicago. And then I ended up living there after I graduated with my degree in biology. I coached basketball at the university for about 7 years. Then I ended up living there for 12 years altogether. and making Chicago my home. And I loved it until I started really missing Indigenous spaces. I really missed being in community with Indigenous people. And for 12 years, I was the only Indigenous face that I would see. And so I was really ready to come back to Indigenous community, maybe not home at that time, but I did move to North Dakota and I lived on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation for 2 years on the east segment. And that's where the Sanish people, that's where they live, and that's where they make their home now. And they're the Sanish people, otherwise known as Arikara, from the 3 affiliated tribes, the Mandan, Hidatsa, Arikara. Their real name is Sanish. And I got to, be in community with them and their children and teach high school 9 through 12 science for 2 years. And then COVID hit and I came home and I found myself the cultural coordinator down at Kanawoti, which is down in Snowbird. My auntie was talking about our residential treatment center. And Kanawoti, that is in translation, that means where medicine is, where the medicine is. And so when we talk about healing through art, we're really talking about healing through reconnecting. And with Indigenous people, that is so vital to healing, because the whole basis of colonization is to disconnect and to reprogram. And so how was that theme of disconnection was take those kids away, disconnect them from their land, disconnect them from their umbilical cord, their mothers, disconnect them from their fathers, disconnect them from their shkadugi, from their community. That disconnect, hoping that they would forget. Disconnect from everything that they knew, everything, from their dances, from their language, from their art forms, from their way of life, to a whole new opposite way of thinking. That was how that tactic of war was used against Indigenous people on this land. And I don't like to call this land America, because this land is older than America. And I don't like to call myself Native American, because I'm Native American because I am not American. My ancestors existed here before it was called America. And so Indigenous, or if you really want to really blow some Indigenous people's hair back, ask them, what tribe are they from? And then call them that. Oh, you're Cherokee. Refer to them as Cherokee, if that's what they want to be called. Refer to them as Dene, if that's what they tell you that they are. Refer them to that, not Indian or Native American or American Indian. I don't think there's such a thing as American Indian. So it's important that we start there, because that talks about how much we've had to fight to reconnect to our own being, to our own land, to our own art, to our own language. And that is how we heal. That's the only way that each and every one of us can heal, is we have to start with where we originated from. And if you're not Indigenous on this land, then you are an immigrant, you're a transplant, you have a place of origin as well. Find that out. Reconnect yourself to your homelands, to your umbilical cord, and do that in a good way, because every morning that we wake up, we get to wake up in our ancestral homelands. And we know how that feels. We get to breathe that air that our ancestors since the beginning have breathed. We get to walk on the same soil. We take our shoes off, walk on that same soil. My auntie, my Aunt Patty's older sister, Amy, she has a garden at Gadua Fields, which is our homeland, our mother town. And it was the center of our universe when we had our 8 states. So Gadua, which is near Bryson City, near Cherokee, that was the center of every Shkadugi, which is every Cherokee community. That was the center mound. And that's where everybody would come to that center fire and reconnect to the bigger Shkadugi every year, once a year for a green corn festival. And that place is still there, and we still honor that place. So that soil that was inhabited and worked on and planted, my auntie is still planting there. And she always my aunts always give me these little jewels of knowledge whenever I talk with them. I may not be asking them a question, but they just answer them unknowingly. And my Aunt Amy will say, because she has this, I think it's like 5 acres of land that she cultivates with the help of many others, because she's about 82 years old. And she will say, when she brings and she makes food and she goes and sets up with her kraut or her leather breeches or her October beans at the farmer's market to sell, she said, we are no different than that DNA. That soil's DNA is in us because we eat the food where our ancestors are buried. And the plants grow from our ancestors, and then we ingest that. And that's a part of healing for Indigenous people, to do that, to eat the same things. So there's no disconnect from land, and there's no disconnect from each other. So everything that we do involves connection, always. Always. And when you have that understanding, then that's when we can truly love one another and meet each other where each other are, and accept each other, and know that each one of us have a place around that fire, and we can exist just as we are. And so it's important to know that principle. But it goes back to knowing that, having a sense of place, So talking about the title of this convention is, what is it? Beyond land acknowledgement, right? So what does that mean? Going beyond the land acknowledgement part, right? I can come here and say, welcome to my land. I acknowledge that. But I've already known. I've known that. I'm from here. But it's really a reminder, I think, that is really non-Indigenous people's job to do that. You don't need me to come here and say that, because we already know that. But we do need that to be repeated to non-Indigenous communities. That is a reminder that, oh, you're here in Tokiasti. Tokiasti was the name of this place before you called it the village of Ash. Tokiasti was the place where they raced. The French Broad, they would bring the canoes and they would race My ancestors would race here. And that's why they came to Tokiasti. So remember that term, Tokiasti. Say it with me. Tokiasti. Tokiasti. That's where you are right now. When you take off your shoes in your homes, when you go back, if you live here in Tokiasti, acknowledge that land, that soil. Shio Tokiasti, in the language that that land understands originally, in the language that those plants understand originally. Shio, Shio, Shio. That's what they know. And it's important to remember that. That's beyond land acknowledgement. That's something that you can do every single day now. And when you know better, you do better, right? I hope so, yes. I didn't hear a resounding yes. You guys are supposed to teach me that. And so yeah, that's kind of my message today, what's on my heart. And I hope that that gives you a little bit of framework of how my team and I come and this is how we teach. When visitors come into our museum, we tell them these things. And then we also tell them when they ask invasive questions, we say, no, that's not for you to know. And when they get upset because I say no, that even is more funnier to me. Because I'm like, what? Haven't we shared enough with you? Haven't we shared enough? Uh-oh is right. Put that into perspective. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And so so the visitors that come through, these are the things that we explain, and I give my team permission to say, no, I can't share that with you. You can't know that information, because that's how we reclaim our reconnection to who we are, to our being, to our umbilical cord, to our soil. So it's important for us to be able to do that and be empowered to say no and to say, we are more than arts and crafts hour. We are more than
Tomahawk or a headdress.
We are more than tomahawk and a headdress.
Or a mascot.
We are more than a mascot.
Or Pocahontas.
Is this my conscience talking? Creator. She's a woman. That's another conversation. But yeah, so we are more than these things that we've been sold on. And that's why I empower. That's why I wake up every morning, to be able to make sure that my team that's younger than me feel that they have they are empowered to do that, to say these things and to teach in this way with confidence and with pride. And then to also be able to go out and teach our young ones to do that, because once upon a time on our land, we were not able to teach those things. We were not able to speak our language. We were not able to tell our histories, not our stories or our myths. We were not able to teach our histories that we know, that tell us who we are and where we come from. Those are histories to us, and we share them proudly. And that's what informs us and how we should live every single day. And yeah, my gosh, I went deep. Any questions? No. So yeah, I think I did want to share, I wanted to ask Nola to share who has heard our creation story? few, maybe a fourth of the room. I want to ask, I think that is our, I'm really trying to reprogram my brain to not say story, and to say history. And I'm also reprogramming our community to not look at our storytellers as storytellers when they're speaking about our culture. They are oral historians, and they should have a PhD. They should have a PhD in Cherokee oral history, and really trying to change the way that we look at ourselves, because we are looking at ourselves through Eurocentric teachings, and it doesn't make sense as an Indigenous person to look through a Eurocentric lens and judge ourselves for the standard that was pushed upon us, and without our knowing, without our understanding. And so now we understand, and now we know, and now we're redefining that. So it's important. It's important for our sovereignty to do that. And so I would like to ask Nola to share that oral history with us right now.
Shio, again. So one thing I was going to say is that with our oral histories and with a lot of different cultures, oral histories is that's what they are. They're histories of how we have existed and lived on this this area, this land for as long as we have. And all people have histories to them. Everybody has a history. One of the things that I've picked up when we talk to our young students, our young EBCI students, is I ask them, do you know that your grandparents lived through history? Did you know that your parents lived through history? Do you know you're living through history right now? You're experiencing all these things, and one day they're going to tell these histories, and you're going to be the person who experienced it. And people are going to come back and ask you those questions about those histories because you lived through it. And I bring it up because it's important that, like Chanel said, that we also rewire the way that we view ourselves, and we reclaim and we take back how we view ourselves. Chanel was talking about how when she lived in Chicago, she was the only Indigenous face that she's seen for 12 years. For 12 years, that's a long time. And that's a story for a lot of people, and a lot of people will never meet an Indigenous person in their life. And so you all here today to learn, right? That's what we're here today, to learn, to change our perspective, change our narratives. In order to do that, you have to listen first. You have to listen. You have to listen first. Listen to Indigenous people speak. Listen to people who are different than you speak first before you go and you tell them what you've learned. Listen to their lived experience first. But with the creation story,
young elder, geez.
I have a lot of great teachers, as you can tell, and I hang out with Miss Patty over here sometimes too. So lots of great teachers. But long time ago, well, let me just say, for Cherokee people, we understand that the way that we exist, that we weren't the first beings here, that there were things that had to exist before us in order for us to be here today. And we recognize that in our histories. So in our creation history, they talk about how we have two worlds, the upper world and then the lower world. And in the upper world, it was all in the sky. In this middle world, where we are now, this land that we're walking on, everybody has their feet on the ground, at least 1 foot. This ground that we're on, it wasn't here for when these first two worlds existed. So all the animals and all the plants all lived up in the sky world together. And then below them, it was just water. When they looked down, all they seen was water below them. And of course, you had your like fish and things that lived in the water down in the lower world. So it got really crowded up in the sky world. The more that, you know, they kept growing, the more animals started coming and being born, you know, their own community started happening. And all the animals got together, and they're realizing that when they can't just walk anymore, they're stepping on somebody's house, or they're shaking somebody up as they're walking by, and they're stepping on people's toes and on their tails, and all these different things. They're bumping shoulders, just getting really crowded. And so the animals get together and they pray to Uneklana, our creator. And they ask creator, they say, please, Uneklana, please, there's no space up here. There's no room. We need more room. If we're going to continue growing the way that we're growing, we need more space to expand. So please, Uneklana, please help us. And so Uneklana listened to their prayers and said, okay, send me the water beetle. So they called up the water beetle, and the water beetle came up. And Uneklana told this water beetle, your job is to jump off, and you're going to swim all the way to the bottom of that lower realm. You're going to go and you're going to keep swimming and keep swimming. I'm going to quote Dory. You're going to keep swimming and keep swimming until you reach the very bottom. And then when you reach the bottom, you take some of that clay at the bottom and you bring it to the surface. And so the water beetle listens to Uneklana and says, okay, I hear you. I'm going to go do that right now. And so the little water beetle goes and jumps off and floats all the way down. And all the animals are standing over the ledge, watching this little water beetle float till it just disappears into nothing. And that little water beetle starts swimming and swimming and swimming and swimming. And it finally reaches the bottom, and it grabs that clay, and it starts bringing that clay back up. And as it starts bringing this clay back up, this clay starts expanding and expanding and growing until this little water beetle is trying its hardest with all of its strength to lift this huge mass up. I imagine it's something like when you're swimming in the pool with your cousins or your siblings, and you start playing chicken, and they're lighter in the water. So all the animals are watching this like piece of clay, this mud, whatever it is, this new land come to the surface. And they're all excited. They're pushing each other like, oh, do you see that? Do you see that down there? Oh my gosh, we're so excited. We're so excited. And finally, it comes all the way to the surface. They're all cheering. They're cheering for the water beetle to come up. They're thanking the water beetle for going all the way down there and bringing up this new mass of land. And has anybody here worked with clay before? You guys know when clay is like wet, it's really moldable. So this land that they just brought up was still really like wet from coming from the bottom of the ocean. So they sent a bunch of different birds over to kind of fly over the land to make sure it was safe, see if it was dry yet. So they sent all kinds of different birds. They sent the crow, the raven, they sent the red bird, all these different birds, and they would only get so far before they would get too tired and they would have to come back up and rest. So finally they called the great buzzard, and the great buzzard had these wings that stretched out for what seemed like miles. And the buzzard said, oh, I can fly over this land and I can see if it's ready or not. So the buzzard sets off on their journey, and they're flying and they're flying and they're flying. And they fly for days and days and days. And as they start looping back around to come back into Cherokee territory, they start getting tired again. And as they start getting tired, they start flying lower and lower to the ground. And the lower that they get, the tips of their wings start touching that wet clay. And when they bring their wings down and then they bring them back up, these huge mountain formations start forming where he brings them up. And then when he brings them back down, these valleys form. So if you see out, you can see what that buzzard created. And our Smoky Mountains are the oldest mountains in the US. So they've been here for a very, very, very long time. So I think that's always important to mention when we talk about our creation story. But so this buzzard is flying and creating all of these mountains all through Cherokee territory, and all the animals are watching and they're getting super excited. And as they're watching buzzard create all these mountains, they start getting worried that if they don't call buzzard back soon, all of the US, or I don't want to say the US, all of this new land is going to be mountains. So they call the buzzard back, and the buzzard comes back, and eventually the clay dries and all the animals and the plants, they move down. And they went from living up in the sky world where they were really close to the sun, where it was real nice and warm. I imagine it's probably like being on a sunny beach all the time. And so they're all up there where it's nice and warm. And then they move down here where they're much further away from the sun. So it's still warm during the day, but they notice at nighttime it gets real cold, and they would have to huddle together and they'd all be shivering, just shaking. They're like, oh, it's so cold. It's so cold. And so they keep going through this and going through this, and they notice that, now that they're down here and they're further away from the sun, there's certain times of the year where it's darker for longer than it's sunnier outside. And so they start noticing all these things and realizing that they're going to need more light. They need something else. The sun being so far away just isn't working anymore. So they pray to Uneklina again. And as they're praying to Uneklina, they're asking, they're saying, please, Uneklina, it's so cold. Sometimes it's really dark. We can't see. We're having a really hard time. Please, can you help us? And so Uneklina listens, says, yes, I can help you. And so Uneklina sends a lightning bolt down, and it strikes the sycamore tree. And the sycamore tree is on this little tiny island in the middle of the river. And it sets on fire. And that tree sets all the other trees on this tiny island on fire. And all the animals are standing on the other side of the river, and they can just feel the heat emitting off of the island. And they're like, oh man. And it just lit up the whole area. They could see everything because of how bright this fire was burning. And they're like, I don't know what that is, but I know that we need to bring that to us somehow. We need to get that. That's a gift. We need to bring this back to us. And so they start sending different animals across to try to bring this fire back to them. And the first animal that they send is a little snake, and they send the snake and it goes across the water. And it gets over to the island, and it's looking around, and it can feel all the heat, and it starts sweating. I always say it wipes sweat off of his eyebrow. It's like, whew, kind of hot over here. Like, let me get over here and get this fire as quick as I can before I have to go back. And the snake is looking up and looking, and he notices that in one of these trees that the fire is up towards the top, and that if they could get right in the middle of all of the limbs, then maybe they can find a way to grab that fire, maybe grab a limb and bring that fire with them. So they slither all the way up that tree, and they are trying to find the best branch that they can get. And now they're like sitting immersed like in all of these flames that are in the top of this tree. And so they're like, whew, it's getting really hot, and they're inhaling the smoke and they're coughing. And they're like, man, I gotta get out here. There's smoke's getting in their eyes. And then they notice their tail starts burning a little bit, and they notice it starts creeping up more in their body, and it starts getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And then they look back and they realize that their whole body is engulfed in flames, and they're screaming, and they drop out of the tree as fast as they can, and they go slithering off to the river as quick as possible. And all the animals, all they can see is the snake carrying these flames on their back, and they're cheering for the snake. They're like, oh, they did it, and they're cheering and they're cheering. And then the snake is rushed into the river, and when they hit the river, they go into the water, and all the animals see is a line of steam, and those flames disappear. And the snake comes back over on the other side, and they all surround the snake, and they're like, snake, what happened? What happened? Where's the fire? I thought you were bringing it back. And the snake was like, no, it was too hot. I burned, look at my body. I burned my whole body. And the snake has now been burned completely black. And this is where we get our black snake. So they send a few more snakes across, and the same thing happens to those snakes. They get burned and they come back, and the snakes get together and they decide, we're not sending anybody else. We've had enough of this. We've sent too many. We're all coming back burned. We're not sending anybody else. And so the birds speak up, and the birds are like, oh, we could probably do it. So they send an owl across, and the owl goes across, and it's looping around the top. He's flying and he's flying. And he looks down and he lands on top of this tree. And when he lands on top of it and he looks, smoke shoots into his eyes. And he's kind of taken back, and he starts wiping his eyes, and he's wiping them as hard as he can. And when he looks, his eyes are still really burning. And so he's wiping them even harder. And then he notices that the bottom of his feet start getting a little warm too. And he's like, oh man, I have to get out of here. So he jumps off and he starts flying all disoriented back to the other animals. And he crash lands in front of them, and they come back to him. And they're like, ow, what happened? What happened? He's like, my eyes, I need something. My eyes are burning. They're burning. And they come over, and he's like wiping his eyes as hard as they can. And they bring him some water, and he rinses out his eyes. And when he rinses them out, he has these big white circles stuck around his eyes where he was rubbing them so hard. So they send a few more birds, and the same things are happening to those birds. You know, they're getting smoke in their eyes, they're burning themselves, all these different things. And the birds come back, and they say the same thing the snake said. We don't want to go anymore. We're not sending anybody else. We're getting burned, you know, all of these different things. And so all of the animals now are holding another council to trying to decide who they're going to send next to try to bring this fire back to them. They're all arguing about who they're going to send. Oh, I think this one should go. I think they can do it. No, I think they should go. Well, I don't want to go. I don't want to end up burned. And they're just arguing and arguing. And then finally, this little voice speaks up and she goes, "Excuse me, I can bring this fire back to us." And they're looking around like, who said that? And they hear her speak up again. They're like, "Excuse me, I said that I can bring this fire back to us." And they're looking and she goes, down here, like I can bring this fire. And they look down, and when they look down, it's just a little water spider. And she tells them, she goes, I can bring this fire back to us. And they're like, you're small. Look how little you are. We've sent all of these other animals and none of them had any luck bringing this fire. What makes you think that you can bring this fire? She goes, I just have a plan. I think I can do it. And they're like, if you want to, it's you who's gonna be going over there, not us. And so she goes over and she starts pulling out her webs. She starts weaving herself this little bowl. She weaves it, and once she gets done weaving her little bowl, she takes some clay, she lays it on the inside of it. And she takes that bowl and she sets it on her back and she skirts across the top of the river and she comes over on the other side. She gets to the other side where the fire's at. She's like, whew, they weren't lying. It was a little warm over here. And she's looking around, and as she's looking around, she's watching, trying to figure out what's the best way to get the fire into her bowl. And as she's trying to think through this and she's looking, she sees that all of these little hot embers are coming out of the sky. And she notices that they're real hot when they first break off, but as they come down and get closer to the ground, they're not as hot anymore. She goes, that's how I'm going to bring this fire back to us. I'm going to gather those embers. So she took a little tiny twig and she took her little bowl, and anywhere those embers fell, she went over real quick and scooped it into her bowl until her bowl was full of all of those little hot coals. She put it on her back and she carried it all the way back to the animals. She brought us our fire. One of our names in our language is the fire people. Most indigenous groups go by multiple names. Shenelle mentioned that our main name that we refer to ourselves is the people, but we have multiple names. So one of those is we call ourselves the fire people. The fire is a very important part of many of our ceremonies and many of the things that we do, and we honor it because the teaching that I always learned and that I love hearing is that we have 3 fires, that everybody has 3 fires. And you have your first fire, which is like up in the sky. Does everybody know what that fire is? Yeah, the sun. What does the sun do? Give us energy. What else? Light, all kinds. The sun's good, huh? Real good. Love the sun. I love when it's sunny outside. And the other fire is, so traditionally in Cherokee homes, everybody had a fire that would burn inside their homes. So that would be our second fire. And then our third fire is what we carry inside of us. And so Shenelle talks about that connecting to each other. It's the same thing with our fires. We talk about is, if I have my fires burning a little bit brighter than Dylan's one day, then hopefully I can give him some of my embers. That's me feeding and building his fire, helping him. We do the same thing when we teach. When we go into these classrooms, I did forget to mention that I was a finger weaver. I always forget to mention that I finger weave. But instead of just making things for people now, I started telling them, well, I won't make that for you, but I'll teach you how to make it. And that's me feeding their fires. That's me building that for them, giving them the tools that they need to learn what they want, giving them that access back so they can reclaim it. I don't come from a family of finger weavers. I'm a first generation finger weaver. So it's really important for me to show people that you don't have to come from a family that specifically does that, or you don't have to, learn from your mom or learn from your dad or, whoever, or you don't have to learn from an elder. I didn't learn from an elder to finger weave. You know how many people come in asking me, oh, did your grandma teach you how to do that? I'm like, no, actually a girl who was a year younger than me taught me how to do this. And actually she only taught me because she didn't want to finger weave no more and I didn't want to wood carve anymore. So we just switched. So like, this is how we exist. This is how we live with each other today. Like we don't do these things because, I don't have no use for my finger woven belts anymore, other than they're pretty and they're decorational. I'm not using them to hang things up or to pull things anymore. I just create because I like to. And so for me, like that reclaiming is us telling our kids, telling other young indigenous people that no matter what they create, no matter what they do, like this is all, like they can create whatever they want and it be indigenous and them be exactly who they are. So yeah, Shkeen, that's all I have.
Nola. One thing I like that she said was she gives them access to, giving our kids access to learning these things. It's almost as if we have to give permission to allow them to carry these things on. And what I try to teach is, if you're an Eastern Band Cherokee person, you don't need permission to have access to this because it's yours. And it's not mine. Someone taught it to me. And that's how I learned it. And I didn't have to ask for permission, but my responsibility now is to pass it down, pass it along. And with that understanding, with that teaching, that allows us to continue to heal and preserve our culture and our identity. So thank you, Nola, for that. That was amazing. I know that we have just a couple more minutes, and I do want to say open up for questions, but I also want to dance with you guys. I grew up a performer. I come from a dancing family. My auntie danced, and my dad danced. And so I've been dancing since I could walk at 9 months old. And I'm an Appalachian Mountain Eastern Band Cherokee woman, so I do Cherokee dances and I also clog dance. So that's a marriage between the two, and the influences, how that has influenced each other is pretty amazing. So if you are able and would like to dance with us, I ask you to join us, because we don't have to perform for non-Indigenous people anymore. You perform for us now. No, I'm just kidding. How the tables have turned. So please, if you are able to walk, you can do this dance. If you would stand up and make a circle, you don't have to come up here. Please don't come up here. Make a circle around the tables. Make a big circle around the tables. If you can't walk or whatever, please don't join us. I don't want anybody to maybe fall or an accident. You can watch and you still feel the effects. It's going to feel the same. And we're going to do the Oganali Ashkesti. Oganali Ashkesti. That means the friendship dance. And so hopefully what you feel from us, from this conversation today, is a friendly connection. And we are now friends. Oganali, that means friends. And if I could coax Jarrett into coming over and singing with Dylan, that would be amazing.
Jarrett Wildcat, you are requested at the main stage.
Jarrett was working with us for a long time at the museum, and we really miss him, but he's moving on to amazing things and doing things in our community with his music and with his teaching. So I'm really proud of that guy too. So what we're gonna do is the friendship dance. How we started is our singers, who usually are male singers. A lot of people say, well, that's not fair. How come only the men sing? And I say, there's a reason. There's a reason for everything. Men sing in public, and they sing their prayer songs, and they cover the community with their songs. That's one of their responsibilities. Whenever we're in ceremony, us women, we have different responsibilities. We bring the rhythm. But when we're at home, when we're with our families, when we're with our children, when we're in our gardens, that's where the women sing. We covered those places with prayer, and we cover those places with our own prayers, because That's the balance. So we do that in private. And so our men, I'm going to give this over to them. We're going to start out, don't hold hands yet. Nola's going to be our leader. And what we're going to do is they're going to shake the rattle in rhythm, and he's going to go. Whenever he does that, you go, woo!
So now I know everybody in here. I'm stealing this joke from Jared, but I know everybody in this room knows who the nature boy Ric Flair is. So we're gonna sound just like him. So we're gonna give it one shot. Y'all ready? Hey, ho!
That was a little bit better, but still kind of, I think we need to wake up in here a little bit. And then whenever he does the rhythm, at the beginning, you're going to just stomp to the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep the, if he stops, stop. So keep the rhythm just like that. It's not going to go any faster than that, really. Once you see Nola, please raise your hand, Nola. If you don't know yet, that's Nola. Once you see her grab her Erica's hand, then everybody does that, and then we just follow her lead. If Nola steps to her left, you step to your left. If Nola steps to her right, you step to her right. To her right. And if Nola puts her hands in the middle and shakes it all about and does the hokey pokey, you do the hokey pokey and shake it all about. All right, we will start the friendship dance. Tinogi.
There's also going to be 2 more call and responses in this dance right here. So midway through the song, you're going to hear me say wahoo, and you guys are going to answer back with a who. So you want to give that a shot real quick? Wahoo.
Hey who.
Wahoo.
Hey who.
Wahoo.
Hey who. Oh wow, ostadame. Good job. Good job.
All right, folks, this is the Oganali. How skates the hey, ha.
Ostadame.
Yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, hey, yo, hey, yo. Ho ya, ho ya, ne, ho ya, ne, ho ya, ho ya, ne, ho ya, ne, hey, ha. Ya ho gane, ho ya ne, ya gane wa ho ya ne, ya ho gane wa ho ya ne, ya ho gane wa ho ya ne, hey ha. All right, Nola, take us away. Way hey, na. Way hey, na. Way na. Way na. Oh ya ne. Way na. Way na. Way na. Oh ya ne. Ha. Yo ho, hee ho, yo ho, hee ho, yo ho, hee ho, yo ho, hee ho, hey ya, hey away, hey ho, yo, hee ho, hey ya, hey away, hey ho, yo, hee ho, we yo, hee ho, oh we yo, hee ho, hey ya, hey away, hey ho, we yo, hee ho, we ya, hey away, hey. Ho we yo, hee ho, ho we yo, hee ho, ho we yo, hee ho, hey ya, hey away, hey, ho we yo, hee ho, hey ya, hey away, hey, ho we yo, hee ho, wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho, yo gonna wah hey. Yo hiene, yo gonna wa, yo hiene, yo gonna wa, yo hiene, yo gonna wa,
yo ine, yo gonna wa, yo ine, yo gonna wa, yo ine. Wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho, wahoo, hey ho. Yane, 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 yana. Yane, 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 yana. Yane, 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 yana. Yane, 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 yana. Wahoo, hey ho, 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 hey ho. Oh, son.
Shkee, shkee, shkee. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. Thank you so much for participating in our dance. Thank you so much for being our new friends. So glad that we were able to be here and talk to y'all. And we always find that after we dance together, the energy is brought up and the community feels better. We feel more connected to each other, and it always brings good vibes, good vibes. I don't know if we have time to have a couple of questions, if there are any. No time.
We need to go on to LIANNA, but thank you again, SHENELLE, Nola, Dylan, and Jarrett for that beautiful presentation and dance. Woohoo!
I do want to just add a shameless plug. If you have a question, come to the Museum of the Cherokee. We're open 7 days a week, 9 to 5. Please come in and check us out and reach out. Awesome. Shkeen, shkeen.
Okay, thank you guys so much for having us out here today.
Okay, I want to go ahead. They want me to, they're cracking the whip over here. So I want to go ahead and get started with our next speaker. LIANNA Constantino. She will discuss the journey towards uncolonized allyship with American Indians. She will explain the difference between a colonized ally and an uncolonized ally. Decolonization versus colonization. Decolonization versus uncolonization. Altruistic allyship versus performative allyship, and what actions should follow efforts like land acknowledgements. LIANNA is a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, a grandmother, and a storyteller. She is director of the Tribal Alliance Against Frauds, which works to educate about recognizing pretend and fraud, how to avoid it, how to report it, and how to be an ally. She works with the tribes and law enforcement to address pretendian fraud. LIANNA also is a street medic, a member of Awesome Medicine Possums, and an instructor for the Red Cross, as well as a member of First Nations Safe Space, which provides free mental health counseling for First Nations people, focusing especially on intergenerational grief and trauma. So here I present, let's give LIANNA a warm welcome.
And I'm scrambling to figure this out. Seems to be working. I like that. Shogu Tali Joey. I'm just gonna let this sit here. How to follow all that? How am I gonna follow all of that? Thank you for your faith. All right. See if I can figure this out. So Shio. Oh, osta. So Lee Tagwado, Nole Jalagi, Jijalagi, Anigiduwagi. My name is Lianna Costantino, as Patty so kindly introduced me. I am a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, and I was asked to come and give you a few thoughts from one Cherokee perspective on the topic of allyship and what that means to me. And I would never dream of speaking for anybody else. So all of the comments that I'm going to share with you today, these are my personal thoughts on the topic of allyship, and I'm going to share some things that I think go along with that. So in the vein of introducing myself to you, which is something that you've kind of gotten the idea by now that we do when we talk about our families, this is my fifth great grandfather, George Lowry, Aggie Lee. He was called the dog by our people. He was the second chief, assistant chief to Chief John Ross during the time of removal. He was first cousins with Sequoyah. And actually when Sequoyah was being accused of witchcraft because his people didn't really get what he was up to, my great grandpa was in their council saying, hey, leave him alone. He's doing a good thing. And then the two of them went off together and worked very hard on the language together for a long time. And they're from here. My family are Cherokee Nation citizens in Oklahoma. And I wanted to retire and come out here and be where my family in recent years since the removal had never lived. And I know all of their stories and where they lived. And when I came out here, Eastern Band folks like Patty would say, welcome home. And I just thought that was fabulous. And I went to New Echota, which was our last Cherokee capital before the removal in Georgia. And I went down there and was looking around, and there was my great-great-great-grandfather's picture on the tribal council house wall. And that's what this picture is of him. This picture is there. And I thought, wow. And it really touched me. And we talk about storytelling. I'm a storyteller. And when I talk about storytelling, my cousin, who was the great-great-great-great-great-grandson of Sequoyah, his name was Sequoyah Guess, and he lived in Oklahoma and encouraged me to become a storyteller. And he's gone now, but still here. And it's striking me today, the whole idea of telling our stories together. And in thinking about what allyship means, I am going to pretty much chuck this PowerPoint out the window and just talk to you. And what I'm going to do, which I don't ever do, but Maggie, where's Maggie? I'm going to make this available to everyone who's attending today. So if they've attended, they can have this PowerPoint. You just email it to them. Okay. So I'm going to hit a few slides, but beyond that, I'm just going to talk and follow up on a few things. And I made a few notes to follow up on them while other people were talking, because it was just causing me to think. So George, my great-great-grandpa, right? He was married to Lucy Benge, and they did take the Trail of Tears on what was called the Northern Route, which I believe it was Patty who talked about the Northern Route. And that was conducted by another relative, John Benge, and George was his assistant conductor along the trail there. And they all ended up in Tahlequah. They're buried in Tahlequah. But yeah, we have those stories, and we have a few stories that aren't in books. And so going on that trail was really a powerful experience for me, because I was on that trip that, who was it that was talking about Craig? Was that you? Yeah. Right. And so I was with Patty in the Healing and Wellness Coalition, and one of the people that went on that trip, the journey towards forgiveness to Tahlequah and back. And Craig was on that journey, as she talked about. And I have a personal story of my own that's very personal, and I kind of don't like the idea of it being part of a webinar. But maybe it should be, because I was told recently that I needed to tell it. And I'm heeding that advice to share it more. And so during that trip, we were being facilitated by a friend named Don Coyhus, who is one of the founders of White Bison and the Wellbriety movement. And so he was helping us, he's a therapist, and he was helping us with some prayer and whatnot and along the journey. And we got to Blythe's Ferry, I think it was, right? Blythe's Ferry. And we all got out of our vehicles and the bus and everything. And Dawn said, okay, we're gonna walk to the ferry. And it was a long tree-lined road. And he said, I want you guys to be quiet and just walk in silence down this road. And think about your ancestors. Think about your family and listen to the trees, because all of these trees lining this road stood as witnesses to what happened to your people. And just be silent, be in the moment, and think about that. And maybe your ancestors will speak to you through the trees, you know. And so we all started walking. Everybody was quiet. And we got a little ways down the road, and I was being very, very mindful and quiet and thinking, focusing really hard. And we got a certain ways, and I realized I was really falling behind. And as I was walking along, I was also doing that whole me in my head of, you know, listen to the wind, grasshopper. And I kind of felt Graham Greene behind me, you know, listen to the wind, listen to the trees. And I started to feel a little silly. I giggled and then brought myself back to the moment and said, don't do that, LIANNA, don't cheapen this. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity here. Pay attention. Listen to that elder, be in the moment, and pay attention. So I kept walking and kept listening and praying, and then all of a sudden realized I was really far behind in the little trail. And I looked behind me to see if there was anybody else behind me, and there was. My friend Joanne was back behind me leaning against a tree, and Joanne was an elder, and she had diabetes, and she had really, really bad feet. And this was before she lost one. Right? And so I thought to myself, and I used to be a paramedic, and I thought to myself, I don't like leaving her back there, you know? So I walked back and said, hey, are you doing okay? How's it going? And she said, yeah, I'm okay, but I just really don't want to do this. I just can't do this. It's too hard emotionally. And I said, oh, okay. You know, I didn't want to push her, right? And I didn't want to leave her behind. And I said, well, could I maybe just stay with you? I'll hang out with you, you know? And she's like, no, you're young. You need to go do this. And I was torn, you know, this went back and forth for several minutes, and I didn't want to disrespect an elder. I didn't want to be pushy, and yet I didn't want to leave her behind there all by herself, because who knows how long we were going to be, right? And so she was very adamant at one point and said, you need to go do this. I'm fine. Go, leave me. And I said, okay. And I started walking again, but I was still really torn. And as I was walking and thinking and worrying about her and what should I do, I was walking, and all of a sudden, all the trees rustled with a big wind, like just a big breeze that blew through pretty hard for a second. All the trees rustled. Bunch of leaves fell all of a sudden. It was really pretty. And I just stopped and thought to myself, oh my God, this must have been what it felt like. I have to make a choice, an impossible decision. You know, it was visceral. It was like not a thought or an idea, but almost like a memory. And I'm not a very, if you knew me, you'd probably laugh, but actually not a very woo-woo kind of person. But that really struck me. And I thought, oh God, I cannot leave her behind. But again, didn't want to go against her wishes. So I ran the rest of the way. And who saw me but Craig? Craig saw me running up to the group. And then I didn't want to draw attention. So I was kind of walking and coming around, and he saw me, and he came over to me and he's like, what's wrong? Like he knew something was wrong. And I was like, nothing really, but I just, we need to go back for Joanne. She's back there alone, And he's like, okay, let's get the van. So he gets the van and he drives me back there. And when we got back to her, she was like, oh, I'm so glad you guys came back. I really want to go. I need to do this. And so we're like, okay, come on, let's go. And we brought her back to where everybody else was, and everybody was praying and doing their thing, right? We got there kind of late, right? We showed up kind of late. And they were already into their stuff. And we did our thing. And at the end of it, Craig spoke to us kind of like he did in the video. But I remember him talking about him having one specific relative of his that he knew about that was a soldier on that trip. And he was talking to us about that. And I don't want to tell his story, but I just want to say that he spoke to his own ancestors with us there and said, I want you to see me here, and you made a mistake, And then he talked to the group and well, he talked to the group. And I remember Joanne saying, nobody's ever apologized to me before. Nobody's ever, like no white person has ever acknowledged what happened or apologized, much less apologized. And she cried, and they hugged, and we all hugged, and we all cried, and but I'm like, there's an ally. You want to talk about allyship? None of it was performative. None of it was ego-based. There was no false humility there. He was just our friend. And of course we welcomed him to come along. But he wanted to show us something, and he showed it in such a good, genuine, honest, caring way. You guys all know the golden rule. Everybody know that? That do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you know the platinum rule? What is it? Right, do unto others as they would have you do unto them. So we don't want to be white saviors. We don't want to be performative. We don't want to give people what we think they need or what we would want if we were in their shoes, right? We want to stop, step back, listen, just be quiet and listen. And then after a while, maybe ask a question or two after a couple years. And then, keep rolling in that vein. And I think that's a really good idea of an ally. I'm going to come back to that because I do have a couple of slides I want to show, and we've got so little time. This is my family. So those are my Cherokee family surnames. I put a couple first names in there too, but there's so many, there's thousands, right? But that's some of my Cherokee family. But notice that there are no names in there like she who walks with golden eagles. And they're all pretty, fields, keys, right? There's some things in here that you can have when you get the PowerPoint. This is Lynn Gale. She's an Anishinaabe friend of mine, brilliant woman. And she wrote this Ally Bill of Responsibilities. It's really, really cool if you read it. And then she also wrote this, a colonized ally meets a decolonized ally. This is what they learn. This is really cool. Let's take a look at that later. Then I wanted to talk about this, but I'm going to move on to some different things instead. But this is a really great paper to read. Decolonization versus, like, to decolonize my mind, I'd have to take my brain out of my skull and put it in the sink with some dish soap and put it back, but I can uncolonize my mind and save decolonization work for the indigenous people. So that's something I recommend that you read. And there's other papers, when you start looking at this article online, you'll see other papers responding to it, and it's very interesting. So I suggest that. We talked about this a little bit earlier with SHENELLE, which I also agree with and thought was pretty fabulous. She's so fabulous. We've got all these names. You know, when we talk about ourselves collectively in English, it's hard because there is no great word. And so I also agree that we should, you know, use the name that the people call themselves and ask them what that is and learn how to pronounce it and use that, right? But sometimes we do have to talk about ourselves collectively in English. And so what do we do then? You know, a little bit problematic with all of these things. We're not from India. Any person born in North America can call themselves a Native American, or even South America, right? Central America. So that's a little problematic. Indigenous, a lot of people are kind of appropriating that and misusing it. It's become very vague and blurry. So some people don't like to use that. Aboriginal, usually claimed by people in Australia, First Nations people in Canada, First Peoples, tribal, there's all these debates. And I don't know what a sovereign rival nation is. I think I forgot a T there, sorry. But you know, allies, we're talking about allyship, right? So I'm going to keep coming back to the point of allyship. Allies don't correct American Indian, Native American, whatever people with regard to how we refer to ourselves. So if you hear somebody saying Indigenous, Native American, I'm Indian, don't question them. Just be aware that there's this thing, right? And if you ask 20 Cherokee people about this, you might get 50 different answers anyway. And that's probably typical of all of us human beings, right? So just, you know, just go with it. Maybe have a conversation, but pretty much just go with it. I know a lot of people, especially elders that I know from a lot of different tribal nations, still refer to themselves as Indians, and I do too, and I'm not going to correct them. So that's a thing. This was also mentioned by Patty and Chanel, I think. I've heard people say this. Indians, really? They still have that? You know, I married a man from Belgium. And when we were in Belgium, and granted this is Europe and not the United States, but over there, I've heard it here too, though, they gave him a party, a going away party before he moved here. And they asked questions like, oh, do you even know how to ride a horse? And well, kiss your computer goodbye, and, you know, etc. It's just, we're forgotten, you know, we're like the forgotten demographic. And if we consider the fact that was also mentioned that most of us were successfully exterminated and don't exist anymore. And the few who manage to survive and have children, we're their descendants today, and we still only make up 1% of the population of the country. So that's something to think about. But we're still here. So allyship, help us become more visible, right? Help us become more visible, because we're just kind of lost in all the yeah, remember that? For a while we were referred to as something else, and we made a big joke out of it, and we had like little memes of something else in the cupboard. And, you know, oh, isn't it awesome to be something else today? So, and here, the fullest look yet at the racial inequity of coronavirus. I guess we're somewhere in the all category. I don't know where we're supposed to be there. If you know, predictive texting, right? So if you type in do native in Google, this is what's going to come up with the predictive text. So apparently, and it's based on the algorithms of what people ask the most, right? So apparently these are the things that are the hot topics on people's minds when they wonder about American Indian people. You know, do we pay taxes? Do we have facial hair? Do we get free college? Do we call ourselves Indians? Do we still exist? Do we have Neanderthal DNA? Seriously? Yeah. 72% of Americans almost never encounter or seek out information about us. 27 states make no mention of a single Native American K through 12 curriculum. 87% of state history standards do not mention Native American history after 1900. They just relegate us to the past. Native American characters only make up between 0 to 0.04% of primetime TV and films. When searching Native American, 95% of the first 100 Google images are from the 19th century, and less than 0.3% of philanthropic resources go to us. But help us become visible, not people pretending to be us. There is a huge difference, and I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's important, because they're taking up our spaces. This is just a little note I threw in here at this point because I wanted to talk about this. We don't really have time, I'm sorry, but we're going to make mistakes. That's okay. I wish you all and myself a bazillion mistakes because that's how we learn. It's a good thing, so not a problem. It's okay to sit with discomfort. If something makes you uncomfortable, that's okay. Sit with it, think about it, learn about it, and don't burden the people of color that's about with teaching you, right? Try to educate yourselves, right? Take that accountability onto yourself. That's what allies do. No blame, shame, guilt. No, no, no. None of that is necessary. None of that is useful. It's kind of like when we talk about racism, you know, racism exists. There's no such thing as race, but we have to talk about it because racism exists. And it's not going to just dismantle itself on its own magically and go away one day without us talking about it, as uncomfortable as it may be, and working on it and making an effort. And for those of us who are white, which includes me, that's acknowledging that I have some accountability as a white person who has some privilege there, a lot of privilege, right? So who should it be up to dismantle something like racism, which also includes American Indian people, right? It shouldn't be up to the people that are oppressed by it. It should be up to the people who benefit from it the most, even though we weren't the ones who started it, right? We've inherited it. So we either choose to put our heads in the sand and ignore it because we don't want to have to bother with it. But we have to remember that it's a privilege to be able to learn about racism when it's never going to affect us directly, right? So just a thought there. So we just want to be accountable for making the world a better place. That's all. No guilt, no blame, nothing like that. The little picture that I think most of us are used to is what we're really looking for is equity, not equality. What's an ally? What's the difference between an ally and a friend? Anybody? So if I'm your friend, Jim, I love you, I have affection for you as an individual, I'm going to be there for you no matter what, even if you're wrong, no matter if we disagree on stuff, because I'm your friend and I love you, right? But if I'm an ally, it hints to more of we share a cause, right? And that you're going to support the other in their cause because you believe it's a just cause. And so you want to ally yourself and help lift them up. And often that means making sacrifices. So with allyship, we see an element of sacrifice. And I wonder if allyship is enough too these days. Maybe we're not so much looking for allies or friends, although those are good too, but maybe we want accomplices, right? And and advocates, absolutely. Yes, ma'am, advocates too. So little things. So an ally is a person or organization that actively supports the rights of a minority or marginalized group without being a member of it. So you're an ally when somebody else recognizes you as an ally, not just because you claim the title, right? And when the word ally is a noun, you're not doing it right. So I like this little thing, acknowledge the truth of what happened, right? The truth is a precondition to justice, and justice is a precondition to healing. And we have not seen a lot of any of those things. So tell the truth. When you see something, say something. Something's going awry, don't just sit by and let it happen. Speak out and educate people. Learn about those things so that you can speak out. Leverage your privilege if you have it, and yield the mic to an Indian, for example. Yield the floor, yield the space. Let them have some space for a change. Did you know, this is going to the learning part if we were having a full discussion, that while non-Indian people were freely playing at having sweat lodges and vision quests and things like that, it was illegal for American Indians to perform our ceremonies until 1978. Patty talked about that. Illegal. You know, there's a little privilege there, I think. We have grandparents who served in the United States. My grandfather served in the military and still didn't even have the right to vote, as she talked about. That's kind of mind-boggling. Outright genocide against American Indian people was sanctioned by at least 24 United States presidents, I think more. We talked about that already. So I've got a bunch of these in here, but I want to move on to some other things. If we have time, we'll come back. I also want to leave room for questions. But this is a great idea for your social media. Don't tell people to get over it. Don't tell anybody who's had a trauma to get over it, right? But when we talk about marginalized, racialized people, too often when we bring up any of our things like that, it's berated and people will say, it's in the past, move on. We didn't do that to you, move on. But when it's a massacre of predominantly white people, you guys could probably imagine a few things that happened fairly recently. It's, we will always remember, never forget, you know. So how come we have to get over it when other people get to always remember? So, and listen to us telling our history. Don't explain our culture to us. Let us tell our own stories and just listen. I like this definition of cultural theft, a particular power dynamic in which members of a dominant culture take elements from a culture of people who have been systematically oppressed by that dominant group. And it involves profit a lot of the time. So also consider that a lot of the things when we're talking about cultural appropriation or theft, they are things that are still at risk of going extinct. So is the English language at risk of going extinct? Is Christianity at risk of going extinct? Okay, so when we talk about American Indian cultures that are still trying hard to survive, the people themselves are still trying to survive. I think you couldn't get a better example of that than the stuff Patty talked about. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at, that it's not okay to just take because you want it or you feel entitled to it. So allies, think about those things. You can't always look at somebody and see whether or not they're native, right? Sasheen Littlefeather, her real name was Marie Cruz. She was Mexican-American, beautiful young woman, but she denounced her whole family and started playing Indian and claiming to be Indian and taking up space as an Indian when she was not. She had no American Indian perspective whatsoever, but she played like she did. And then Gray Owl up at the top there, he was an environmentalist and awesome. That's awesome. But his real name was Archibald Bellany, and he was literally from England, like off the boat from England. So there's Gray Owl. Then Iron Eyes Cody, some of you might remember the crying Indian from the pollution commercials. He was 100% Sicilian, both parents from Sicily. And then we have Cody Botner, beautiful young man. Dad is white and a rather famous pretendian. Mom, who he claims to be Indian when he's not, and his mom is Filipina. So he sort of looks the part. It's the looking Indian thing, but he's not. And he won the National Hoop Dancing Championship at the Heard Museum a few years back, all thousands of dollars and a trophy and prestige and all of that. And that contest is reserved for American Indian people, and he has not a drop of American Indian ancestry. So it's problematic. You know, we also have people like Patricia Taylor, who is a white lady who pretends to be a Cherokee medicine woman who killed somebody, actually 2 people, in a fake ceremony and then in a suspicious suicide that they thought, it's a long story, but 2 deaths involving her, one in which she actually committed homicide in a fake ceremony, pretending to be Cherokee. Another one is Robert Lovelace, a white man pretending to be Cherokee who is teaching Indigenous studies up at Queen's University in Canada based on nothing more than a 2-year junior college degree in psychology from the 1960s from California. But the reason he's getting to teach master's and doctoral level courses in Indigenous studies at this Ivy League school in Canada is because he lied on his CV and told them he had a lifetime of traditional Cherokee knowledge under his belt. And they didn't bother to vet it at all and took his word for it and thought they were being very woke for giving this Cherokee elder a job teaching and acknowledging all of his traditional wisdom, but he doesn't have anything. The only thing he knows about Cherokee people is what he learned being a tourist. And that's it. So it's problematic. These are Cherokee people. And being a Cherokee or other American Indian person is not about race as much as it is about a political, legal, protected political status as sovereign citizens of sovereign nations within the United States, where we have dual citizenship. So it's not really about who you claim to be as much as it is about who claims you. And like a lot of other nations in the world, we have a lot of people of mixed race, diverse ethnicities within our tribes, Black people, white people, lots of mixed people. So it's not about race, it's about being a citizen of your nation. Does that make sense? There's a lot here, a lot to pick apart later. This is a week-long thing here. The Cherokee Scholars Statement on Sovereignty and Identity. This was written, there's over 100 Cherokee scholars involved in this, and they wrote this statement. It's very good. I encourage everybody to read it. And one particular thing, any person who publicly identifies as Cherokee, for example, has initiated a public discussion about their identity. And it is okay to ask those people to explain what they're basing that claim on. So she mentioned that when I got introduced, I'm the director of the Tribal Alliance Against Frauds. That's an intertribal anti-fraud task force. It's comprised of federally recognized tribal members from all across the country. There's over 50 of us who run the group. And when people come to us and say, hey, is Martha Redbone really Cherokee? And we'll say either, yeah, she is, she's legit. Or we'll say, no, she's a proven fraud. Or we'll say, we don't know, but we'll look into it. In which case, the very first thing we do is reach out to that person and say, hello, this is who we are, this is what we do, your name has come across our desk. Would you mind sharing with us what you're basing your claim of being Cherokee upon? And we have a private, respectful conversation with the person. And I don't have time to go into it more than that, but I hope you get the idea. And we're trying to do things in a good way, but we have every right and reason to want to make sure that when they're getting scholarships that are intended for Native American people, our kids, when they are winning hoop dancing championships or claiming to be medicine people or running there's a tribe full of these people in Georgia who opened their own bank, called it a Cherokee bank. They were printing Cherokee money and laundering money for the Dominican Republic and running a drug trade. And we went to the FBI with that case and the EBCI with their attorney general, and they got shut down. But that kind of thing, you know, it can range from simple stuff that we don't really worry about to homicide and fraud and RICO crimes. So it's okay to ask. And some people will ask, like, isn't it racist? I work for HR for this university. Isn't it racist for me to ask an applicant, hey, are you really Cherokee? Can you prove to me how you're Cherokee? No, because again, not about race, right? If they're making a claim like that, you should absolutely check it out. And another thing that we do is educate people how to do that properly and legally and kindly and respectfully. Can you wait 1 second? Can you hold it? Remember it? Okay. So what does allyship with us look like? I wish I had put a picture of Craig up there. I didn't put one. I'm going to add one of Craig. Amy Goodman, she showed up at Standing Rock. So I spent the winter of 2016 at Standing Rock, part of it with her sister. She was so wonderful. And nobody knew what Standing Rock was or what we were doing there, the harms that were happening. And this woman and another guy, O'Donnell, I forget his first name now, but another gentleman, the two of them were the only two journalists who came out to report anything about what was happening. And so most of what we reported, we did ourselves on Facebook. And they were suppressing a lot of us. So she was a great ally. She was there in the muck with us, you know. Mary Herr, anybody here know Mary Herr? So this wonderful, beautiful lady, she moved here many years ago and was a social worker here and just stayed and has just been a lovely member of the community and made an honorary member of the tribe too, right? Yeah, so wonderful lady, never brags or asks for anything or just here helping quietly. The Parker family, they made sure that Judiculla Rock was going to be preserved in perpetuity. And there's a couple pictures of Standing Rock where we had allies there. Oops, sorry, that's Sophia. So God bless her. She is a wonderful ally. So I do not mean to say anything disparaging with what I'm about to say, but it took a young white woman almost getting her arm blown off, whose father is an attorney, to get any real journalism to come out like CNN. They were there the day after this happened to her. And so just saying, but she's a wonderful young lady. Here's a veteran and his service dog, comforted a lot of water protectors. That was right after we left Standing Rock in February of 2017, the March on Washington, D.C. And that's the National Cathedral in D.C. And we had a service there the night before the march. And I took these pictures. It was a full moon. Come on. Yeah, in my overtime. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Good idea. Okay. Real quick, this is a full moon over the cathedral. I just thought that was beautiful. That's a picture of the service. And this is what I wanted to point out on my rear view mirror when I came to the car after the service. Somebody had put a heart with lipstick on my side view mirror because it still said Cherokee Ally on my car from having come back from Standing Rock. And I just thought that was adorable. How many do not know what happened at Standing Rock? Okay, a couple. So it was all about the pipeline, the Dakota Access Pipeline, which they were originally going to put through, what's the name of that big town? Bismarck? I think of Bismarck, North Dakota, if I'm remembering right. And they said, not in our backyard, put it through the Indians' land, you know. So then they decided to do that. And it was the battle of the yet another broken treaty. And they were just horrible. I didn't bring all the slides of that, but they used torture tactics on us, you know, people on loudspeakers all night to keep us awake, a whole hillside of those ginormous lights and sound cannons and water cannons in the middle of winter and all kinds of tear gas and pepper spray and attack dogs. They shot our horses. They wounded people with rubber bullets. And I worked on, I went there to serve as a midwife and a medic. And I worked on what we call Bloody Sunday, one night where they attacked with water cannons and rubber bullets and all kinds of stuff. And we all got called into our little area there and we had patients constantly for 3 days. And my very first patient was a young Lakota woman who was pregnant and had been hit in the groin area 3 times with rubber bullets and lost her baby there. And that was number one of hundreds for days. So that's a whole separate thing. And there's going to be a retreat in Cherokee, North Carolina, where I facilitate 5 days of folks coming in. We stay at a hotel right there in Cherokee. We have catered Cherokee food throughout the week, so you can taste some Cherokee food. We go around and visit some sacred sites, Chief Joyce Dugan comes and visits with us at the Gadua Mound and talks about that mound and the peace town that we had there. We have people coming in and talking to us about lots of different things. Juanita Wilson comes and usually does what Patty used to do about intergenerational grief and trauma. But there's like lots of topics. We go see a stickball game. We learn about pottery and basketry. So it's like arts and crafts, history, the Trail of Tears, intergenerational grief and trauma, lots of different things about our history, our culture, our language. We go to the New Gadua School and they talk to us about the language and all of those things. So if anybody's interested, let us know. It's subsidized by a grant, so it's very cheap. And I don't know how we can let people know the details, maybe in an email or something. It's in March, from the 12th to the 17th of March. Ooh, that moves. 12th to the 17th of March. And I have the, there we go. And do we have time for a couple of questions? Yeah, she had one. I wanted to say too, while we're waiting for that, that I by no means intend to imply that if someone has a family story that they have Cherokee ancestry, for example, that should be poo-pooed. You know, and as a matter of fact, we help people with their genealogy. So if there's anybody who feels that they have a Cherokee ancestor that they've never been able to find, we will help you with that for free.
Okay, well, that is actually part of my question is, you know, when you're talking about people pretending to be Indians because they're not a member of the tribe, can't you be, you know, what is it if somebody has Cherokee in them, but they're not a member of the tribe? I mean, that seems like a true possibility to me. And if they acknowledge it somehow, are they somehow doing something that they shouldn't do, saying, oh, my great uncle was Cherokee? You know, that seems like an honest statement to me. And then my second question is similar, which is, what about the non-recognized tribes like the Lumbee here in North Carolina? You know, should they not put out anything about the fact that they are Lumbee Indians, even though they're not recognized?
I'm going to try to give you a really quick answer. This seems kind of loud. Is it loud? Okay. The quickest answer I can give, and then feel free to contact me and we can have a bigger discussion, and that goes for anybody. So anybody who thinks that they have American Indian ancestry, we always encourage them to find it, because if you do, that's your birthright to connect with your people, learn about your culture, and participate in your tribal community and all those things, right? And we will help with that. What we're talking about is not people who haven't had a chance to do that yet, who just kind of loosely make that claim. Although I always would suggest that if you really want to be an ally, don't just make a lazy claim, right? Because it is a little bit lazy. I don't mean that to be like a put down. It's just true. If you feel like that's important to you, take the steps to try to figure it out. Like, is it true? Do you really have that ancestry? And the best way to do it is do your genealogy. The DNA tests don't count with us unless you connect with a known living tribal member. Then it would count. Otherwise, do your genealogy, do it properly, submit it to the tribe to be verified, and then find some way to connect with that tribe. If you don't have enough blood quantum to become a tribal citizen, okay, but they're still going to see that you're a documented descendant, and we're all going to recognize that and go, she's Cherokee, right? Wes Studi, everybody know Wes Studi? Yeah, he's awesome, right? He's not a tribal member. Anybody going to tell him he's not Cherokee? Not me. So there's more to it, you know, and I don't really have time, sadly, to have like full dialogue I'd like to with you guys, but it should at least be that you've done your homework and you actually know that you do have the genealogy, that it's actually there. You're not just coming up to a Cherokee person and say, oh yeah, my great granny was a full-blooded Cherokee princess. Okay, so who was she? Which tribe was she a citizen of? Which clan was she? Who were her ancestors on the Dawes or Baker or Guion Miller roll? You know, does the community know about her? I mean, it's more than just that, right? But I suggest doing the homework and then trying to be involved in the community, however you can. Like we have satellite communities too that are not just in Cherokee or Oklahoma, and urban native centers like we're talked about before. Okay. And what was the other question real quick? Because the other tribes, there are groups that we at TAF refer to, and not just us, but this is a term that we've embraced because it's out there, CPAINs. It's a corporation posing as an American Indian nation because for whatever reason they can't or won't go through the federal process of recognition. And so any state recognized tribe is one of those. Until they get federally recognized, we do not recognize them as legitimate for a whole bunch of reasons. Happy to talk later. But basically because it's unconstitutional for any group, including a state, to recognize a group of people as American Indians or American Indian tribe. And it says that in the Constitution. And so that's what we roll with, is what the Constitution says. And all the 500 years worth of treaty law and historicity and sovereignty that go along with all of us who are federally recognized. And we are federally recognized through a process that we participate in and help to amend and keep current, and we all abide by it for a reason. So that's part of the answer to that. So I know my time's up. Okay, time for one more.
Thank you so much for your time and your knowledge and the work that you do. Special thanks for trusting that there might be enough allies in the room that you would go off script and share your history, very personal history with us. I'm grateful. I'm curious, I have a question. The Heard Museum enjoys a fabulous reputation. And just this year, my husband and I were there, and they had an amazing exhibition of the schools. And it was heartbreaking, and it was beautifully done. So in a case like the Heard Museum, when they have a contest and a non-native person wins, have they corrected that? Have they withdrawn his award and made right with that?
So that's something that we deal with every day. And it's hard. It's an uphill battle because so many people are just uncomfortable and it feels awkward to them, and they don't want to confront anybody, and they want to love everybody and all that kind of thing. So there's a lot of spiritual bypassing that goes on to not have to deal with the actual issue at hand. And so we win, we lose. It's a constant battle of education. But yes, they came around, and so have several other organizations, to say, we hear you, and from now on, we're going to teach our people how to vet these claims, and we're not going to allow anybody who isn't federally recognized. So, yeah. Any other questions? Do we have time for one more or no? One more question or no? Okay.
Okay, so this kind of goes along with that question earlier. And we've had some communication actually with through Tammy Forte Logan. We've not met in person. This is our first time. So I'm Phyllis Utley. My indigenous name is Anikusukafuda-Chiki. Yeah, it's what people of the River Otter Clan. And in your ancestry, I'm a researcher, and I love learning more and more about people. So when I looked up George Lowry, said he was the son of a white Scottish man who married Nanny, the Cherokee woman. And then when they left and they went to, they were removed, they also had 20 enslaved people with them. And so my question is, and in your family history, I know that you, I'm sure, have done so much research. We all have our stories, and my family was impacted by paper genocide. And so I'm just curious, as far as the members of the enslaved people that were also with your family, how does your family recognize them today?
That's an awesome question. And one I wish we had a lot more time. Like, we need a whole day just for that, right? And I'm so cool to meet you. So yeah, so that's where I was talking about earlier about a lot of us have white privilege, even though we're Cherokee too, right? And we had slaves. We enslaved people. We participated in that chattel slavery. So this whole idea of allyship and reparations and justice and everything, we have stuff that we need to apologize and make up for too. And the people who we had enslaved ended up becoming what are known as the freedmen today. And there was a bunch of racist BS that happened with them recently too, because we had a really greedy chief, in my opinion, my personal opinion, who I think wanted to kick out all the freedmen so that we could have more money for us, kind of a thing, and kicked out all the freedmen from the tribe. And then we had a big years-long battle to bring them back in. And David Cornstalk was a big part of that battle to bring them back. And a bunch of us fought with them. And that's our idea of, yeah, we need to have reparations for the bad things we've done. We all, Patty talked about it, you know, none of us are innocent. None of us are angels. We all have stuff that we need to make amends for if we look back enough, I think. And so what's happened with them is they were brought back into the tribe. And now there's this big racist raging battle about whether or not any of them can hold office in the tribe. Because then it was like, you know, Marilyn, I don't know if you know Marilyn Van, she ran for chief, and everybody was like, oh, hell no, oh, hell no. Or a lot of the Cherokees were like, hell no, because she's not Cherokee by blood. Because a lot of the people that we had enslaved intermarried with us, and their children became Cherokee by blood too. So yes, absolutely. We have Black Cherokee people, we have white Cherokee people, Latinx Cherokee people, etc. Like we talked about, different ethnicities within the nation of citizens, right? And so now we're battling that, but it's just an ongoing mess of racist crap. So
Leon,
does that answer your question? Okay.
don't forget to tell about the retreat.
I did.
Okay, good. I missed it. I was welcoming Shannon.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to hear more about these topics and go in more depth, I really encourage you to go to Cherokee next March, but it fills up and you need to apply. So get LIANNA's email address today and try to get into her list. But thank you so much, LIANNA, for your insight. And we're going to have a break now. And we have fry bread that's waiting for us in the lobby. You all, whoops, okay, thank you. You all are pretty good at pacing yourselves, so maybe some of you won't rush up to the table, or do you want to call by row again?
And remind them that our last session is going to be out here in the patio.
We'll end out there. She's going to
Yeah.
start here.
Huh?
She'll start here and then we'll end out there. Yeah. Shannon Swimmer is our last presenter and she is here.
Need to figure out how to get chairs out there, because the end of our day is going to be in a seat.
Okay, we have an adjustment to the circle. Is everybody in the room who's joining us? David is moving tables once more. We're going to try to complete the circle. And so he's bringing tables in, and we're going to have your chairs forming a circle behind those tables. Thank you for your patience. We're trying to form a circle.
Thank you. You did.
Feeling a little closer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Not ideal, but.
This is great. And if there are extra chairs, let's get rid of them and bring it even closer. We have a couple more chairs up here. We need this circle to be continuous if possible. David, you have a seat? Oh, Shannon, do you have a seat?
Right, right.
You want me to introduce? Texas. Okay. You see me? Will be able to see me? What? What? Okay, where you gonna sit? Yeah. I know it. Yeah, that would be good. Okay. While Shannon's getting organized and getting ready to do her thing, I am honored to introduce her again. I'm honored to do the introduction again and for Shannon. Shannon Swimmer will discuss a reconciliation process using the talking circle, also known as healing circles, and how she used it in the courtroom for healing. She will demonstrate it by closing the conference with a gratitude circle that includes the audience. Shannon received her undergraduate in law degrees from the University of Kansas and a master's degree in human resource management from Western Carolina University. She represents Western North Carolina in the North Carolina chapter of the ACLU. Shannon also works with the Community Volunteer Committee to develop a constitution for the EBCI and served a 4-year term as associate judge for the Cherokee courts. Her grandmother, Amanda Swimmer, was a well-known potter who was recognized as a community pillar and a beloved woman of the Cherokee. Amanda received her honorary doctorate from UNC-Asheville for her efforts to preserve and share Cherokee culture. So how is everyone doing? Oh, are you as glad as I am that this is the last thing to do? Okay, I am wore out. Okay, so let me present to you Miss Shannon Swimmer.
Thank you, Patty, so much for that introduction. And thank you all for being here. Oh, closer. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Appreciate sharing this space with you. So Patty and I have both participated in the circle process is what we call it. And it does have Indigenous origins, but it's really been adopted in a lot of other areas and incorporated because of the powerfulness of it. It really is effective. It really works. Okay. Oh, sorry. It sounds really loud to me, but I guess it's not. So, but yes, so I wanted to be able to demonstrate this for everyone so that if no one's ever participated before, you'll have the opportunity to do that. And then hopefully you can use it in whatever work you do, or even just in your personal life. I mean, people use this. A circle can be 2 people, it can be 3 people, you know, as long as everyone agrees on what you're there for, everybody comes with a good spirit, a good mind. A lot of times we will start off with like burning sage or just something to really make sure everyone comes here with a pure heart and a pure mind and is really willing to be open and accepting. And so this is the perfect place, I think, to do this, because I feel everyone is here for, I mean, everyone comes here in that frame of mind. So I wanted to share just a little bit before we actually start with my experience in the tribal court, the way that I utilized the circle process and how I saw immediate differences. So I was the judge for wellness court, which is a diversion court. So people who committed crimes or were convicted of crimes that were either motivated by drugs or drug-related, alcohol-related substances. A lot of times that could be larceny was the biggest thing to support their habit. And what we did was, you know, in a normal courtroom setting, the judge is sitting up here and everybody else is down here. And that already really creates a power dynamic. As well as everyone already kind of under the impression that, oh, this is a judge, you're in a courtroom, it's a very intimidating space. Most people have very negative experiences in a courtroom. It's really not a happy place for most people. So it can be really re-traumatizing for people to be in that space anyway. So what I did was with our participants, instead of that traditional courtroom model where the judge would be up here in the robe and then they would be down here, is we just all sat in a circle like this, all of our participants. And normally when I would come in and I would say, how are you all doing? Because we would go one by one, you know, how's everything going? Just do a check-in. And the responses would be, I'm fine. And that would be it. Is there anything going on that you want to talk about? No. Is there anything you need help with? Are you having any kind of difficulties? No. And so then the wellness court coordinator who does their check-ins, you know, she would give her report and tell me how they were doing. They'd been checking in on time or they'd been struggling. If they were working for a job or they were having issues with transportation, whatever it was, she would give me the update. But the participant themselves would really be quiet. So, so what we did was we sat in a circle and I said, okay, we're going to go around and we're going to introduce ourselves. Most people already knew each other, but just for protocol, we introduced ourselves and just talked about what we were doing in that circle. What were we doing? What did we want to talk about? And the whole mood in the courtroom just changed. We still had it in the courtroom, but we had our little area up front. And everyone just seemed so much more relaxed to be sitting in a circle versus sitting behind those desks, you know, and for me to be sitting up here. And so then they just started talking. And they just said, well, you know, I've been having a really tough time. You know, my mom doesn't have a car, or her car broke down, and I don't have my license yet because I lost it. and transit doesn't come that far, so I'm having trouble getting to my classes. And so then another person said, oh, well, I live just 10 minutes away from you. I can come by and pick you up. Okay, well, why don't you call my mom and then and they just started talking amongst themselves. But that had seemed so taboo or so restricted in a regular courtroom setting that they were afraid to even talk to each other in the courtroom. But in this setting, in the circle, they felt comfortable enough to talk to one another. And so not only did they feel more comfortable sharing with me what was going on, but they shared with one another, and they built that network amongst themselves to help one another meet those needs that were being unmet at that time. And that's what our first group that we had that came through, all of them graduated. And this is about a 1, sometimes a 2-year program, depending on how quickly they progress through the stages and how well they're doing in their recovery. But they all graduated, and they all graduated together, and they really all helped one another to be successful. And that's something that had just never really happened before. And so I really credit the circle process for that, because again, it just opened up that dialogue and it made them feel comfortable enough to share with us and to be honest with us, and then to learn from one another. So today has really been about learning and talking about reconciliation and talking about how we can all, be better neighbors, be better people, be, better allies. And so what I would like to do is I would like to have as many people as possible participate and be able to just share one quick thing, either something that you learned today, something that you're going to take away whenever you leave here, something that maybe has even troubled you, something that maybe you don't or maybe you disagree with, or something that you're just trying to figure out how do you reconcile that in your mind and with yourself. So there's no rules other than we're on a time limit. So, but yes, just share whatever you would like to share. You don't have to. And so this is part of the circle process, is that everyone goes around and just takes a turn. Miss Patty. Yes, one after the other. So you'll just pass the microphone. If you don't want to say anything, you can just pass the microphone. No pressure. And Miss Patty's going to help me. She's right across from me. We wanted to be able to see each other. And so if we start to go off the rails, we'll try to bring you back. Okay. But again, thank you all. I'm very appreciative, and it's just great that so many of you stuck around all day. And I hope that you really take something from this. Shki. Well, you can pass, but it's good to go.
You want to go? Well, I'm gonna wait. Yes, it is okay to, if you feel uncomfortable and don't want to share, but it's okay to pass. You do not have to share. And so we want you to feel comfortable.
Hi, everybody. I'm Barbara. I'm a volunteer photographer, which has given me a role. Otherwise, I'd just be like everybody else, sitting and observing and learning. I was first offered another job, but because I cough a lot, I didn't think I could talk to people. And I've only started coughing now.
I'm Mary Ellen. And I feel like this conference is just completely smooth. I feel like I kind of know all of you, and that we're just a learning group. And I've learned so much about what the conference was about, but also about the way that these kinds of things can really be smooth and effective.
I'm Maggie O'Neill. one of the organizers, and I'd like to say something I'm grateful for. And that's okay too, right, Shannon? What I'm grateful for is that we did it. We brought you all together. You came, you stayed. We have had amazing speakers and presenters and musicians and food. And I'm just thrilled and so grateful.
I'm Jean. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working for almost a year in Jay, Oklahoma. And I realized today that I'm not even sure which tribal affiliation I was working with. I remember some of the people and some of their problems. And one wonderful moment when a group of young mothers said to me, as the outsider dietitian kind of imposed on them, "So what do you know? Do you even have any kids?" And I responded with, "No, I don't. Haven't had that privilege yet. But for almost a year, I have heard your stories and learned from you about your kids. And now I'd like to reflect that back to you." The entire mood changed. It was wonderful.
I'm Brad. It's been a great day and a lot to digest there. I came with several questions in mind, things that were not resolved in my mind that I want, and I'm happy to say that most of them have been addressed one way or the other. So that's been a real plus. So, and it's been a lot of fun seeing some friends and meeting some new ones.
Kelly Dishnikashun, Tanshe Kiowao. I said, hello, everybody. My name is Kelly, and my language is Michif. I'm an Indigenous person of Canada. I'm a dual citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario and a US citizen. So strangely, knowing all my genealogy now, I know that my dad's family really did come over on the Mayflower, and my mom's family really are Cree from the west side of James Bay in Canada. So I think one of the options to speak to today was like, what do you have questions about or conflicted about? I think what I always am conflicted about is like how to be a person with both the white side and the Indigenous side inside. So I appreciate being here and listening to both sides. I don't know what else to say about that, except I didn't always know that information. So it's just been in the past couple of years, and it's hard to hold, I gotta say. But thanks for both everybody being here.
I'm David from Black Mountain Presbyterian Church, and a very white congregation, and thinking a lot about how we might be allies. And I work a lot with children, youth, families, and hoping for more with connections to peoples nearby. And many thanks for everything that's been offered.
I'm Susan, and I feel like I've learned a great deal today. I really feel interested in pursuing allyship. And when I look around and see all the people who are here who represent different congregations and groups, I feel we've got a real possibility of working as allies. And I hope that we will follow up on that and do the learning process that we'll need to learn to be good allies.
Hi, my name is Ladorna. I've learned so much and so much to think about. This is my first time having fry bread, and I hope it's not the last.
Hello, I'm Barbara. I want to thank each of you who has come today to present to us. I love seeing your faces, hearing your stories, getting to know your history. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and I would also like to echo that. It's been so meaningful to have vulnerable, knowledgeable teachers, and wonderful to see elders in training. I love that term, and it was great to see them all.
Thank you. I'm Steve Livingston. I'm especially grateful to all of the presenters for everything that you shared, but for taking a couple of extra minutes to answer my questions personally. Much gratitude. I'm looking forward to seeing the PowerPoint presentation from Leona that went by so fast. A speed reader couldn't read it, but I really loved what she did with making ally into the acronym acknowledge, learn, leverage, yield. I'm going to carry that with me, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the list, what makes a good ally, because I need practice.
My name is Susan. It's been an amazing day, and I would just like to say thank you to everyone here.
My name's Ann Carson, and I was very interested to be here today, and I'm particularly interested in the concept of allyship. I come from South Africa, and it's a long time ago, and in days when we were fighting about apartheid. Fighting for me was not fighting with the weapons, but fighting politically and otherwise. I'm not sure that that was always appreciated and considered an adequate ally. And so I am interested in that aspect of things. I loved, in particular today, I liked everything, but I've loved in particular hearing the creation story. You know, history or story, I don't really care. It's very meaningful. My name's Victoria, and I'm happy to have been here, and I'm happy to see everybody, and thank you for putting together a really great conference. My concern is that, you know, I'm a really fairly active old woman, but it looks like a great bunch of old people sitting here. And I would certainly like to see old white people, except for you. And I would like to see a wider range of people.
I'm John. I've also learned a lot, as I did when we took a pilgrimage to the Cherokee Museum with our church. One thing that's been reaffirmed for me today is the world would be a better place with more women in charge.
I'm Terry. I'm very thankful to be here today. I have learned a lot, and I really appreciate one of the things that struck me the most is Miss Patty. I appreciate everybody's honesty in their presentations, and just the fact that people have stories. Everybody has a story, and sometimes we have to look behind actions and find out the story behind it. And I have to be reminded of that sometimes. And also, I love the dancing. It changed the whole mood of this room, and it really just brought us all together.
I'm Kathy. Hey, Liana. Very interesting. Thanks to everybody. I liked learning about the clans. I didn't know anything about that. And the historic timetable. I would like to delve into some of that a bit more. Love the circle concept. Don't really think it's going to work at work, though.
I'm Liz. I'm really grateful for this day and the gathering here and the various talks we've listened to. My brain feels really full right now, but I am very interested in the idea of reparations, and I want to see us somehow move forward with that.
Hi, I'm Barb, and I'm very thankful to be here today as well.
I especially appreciated the vulnerability that the speakers brought to the conference and how clearly that illustrated the need for us to move forward with things like reparations and allyship in a personal way that I really do appreciate.
My name is Ellie, and I think following on that, the people who shared with us, oftentimes it said we need to educate ourselves because it's a burden on people to have to tell us what we ought to know. But that's sharing your stories is what makes it real for us rather than just in the books. So I really appreciate your doing that.
Hi, I'm Karen. I came here today hoping to make connections and just be able to be a better ally by having more folks around to tap into. And so I'm really excited about that. My one thing I'm worried about now is there was so much information. There was so much going on today. I wish I could just hit the rewind button and go back. So I really hope that the organizers will help to, whatever way they see possible, to get some of this information, God, my brain. Yeah, the PowerPoints and stuff, to get that available to us, because I really would like to absorb it maybe a second or even a third time, because I'm sure I missed so much. Thanks.
I'm Daniel. I really appreciated it. I think it was in your presentation how you wished us 1,000 mistakes. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot, is having the courage to communicate honestly and with vulnerability that leaves you open to embarrassing yourself very badly, and then learning from those mistakes. So thank you.
I'm Allie, and yeah, so thankful for all the speakers. Y'all were amazing. And I do think there was a ton of information, and I'm really grateful for all of it. And just, you know, I'm not from here, so not really familiar with any of this history. And so I'm excited to go visit the museum now and maybe get to the fair next week. And just like jotting down names and places and things to research further. So
I'm Beth. And I'll just echo that I really appreciated the presenters who shared their personal stories. That was really meaningful to me. Thank you.
I'm Catherine. I grew up in Asheville and studied North Carolina history in school. And I believe that the history I learned was not absolutely complete. So today was a great opportunity for continuing education. And I'm very thankful for having this opportunity.
Hi, everybody. I'm Margaret, and I am so grateful I was here today. And I am so grateful to the organizers. Number one, everything went just perfectly, and it was a lot of hard work over a year, at least 2 years of planning. I also would like to say how grateful I am to the speakers, especially to talk about the, what do we call it? The periods of time when children were taken out of their homes and into the border schools, and what terrible things happened. And it was very, very interesting and sad to hear personal experiences that with a mother, actually, a couple of mothers actually having had to go through that. It's very, very sad to hear in detail from people who were personally affected, and not only in groups, but very, very personally. And thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you.
I'm Susan, and thank you to the presenters and to the organizers. I'm very pleased to kind of start my journey by learning from the experts. And I plan to take some time to learn how to slow down and listen and digest this information and think thoughtfully on my next steps and learn about allyship.
I'm Jeff Stone. I pass.
I'm Sue. I'm from the Black Mountain UUs and also from the Earth Haven community where we make decisions in a circle like this. It's a lot smaller, but we do it. I am so grateful to the people who organized this and to the speakers, and I'm especially proud of the people from my congregation who worked so hard to put this together. It's really amazing. And it's such a lovely group of people and a lovely place, and it's been a great day. My head is just overflowing with information. I have a lot to think about when I get home and a lot to look up on the computer too. Thank you all.
My name's Patty from Cherokee, North Carolina. And I would like to say to the young lady sitting over there with the red hair, pink, okay. And she said, this is a room full of old white people. And I have to agree. Which really is a blessing and a gift. But I want you to know that if you want to know more, Craig White is the person to talk to. Because if you heard what he said, you guys are the ones that have the keys to the kingdom. You guys have it. And Craig is one person that you can utilize. It's he's right in your back door, in your backyard. And he can lead, guide, and direct you and help you to, if you have questions about where to start, how to start, who to start with. I believe he would be more than willing to share, what he knows. So I want to say thank you to all of the organizers. I know when they started and they called me and they asked me questions about such and so and what do you think? And how about this? And how about that? I'm like, okay. This is their first one, and so I myself know how hard it is to organize and put together a conference like this. And mine always went for 3 or 4 days. So you guys did a wonderful job. And I often say, we set the table as organizers, but it doesn't mean anything if the people don't come to the table. So I want to thank you, all of you, for coming and sharing your heart with us. Thank you.
My name is Jan, and I'm grateful for the fullness of this day and everyone that has spoken and all of the people that are here. I was going to and am going to state my gratitude for the video you showed of Craig White. And there's just a tenderness in me for the generational trauma. And that really, really touched me. And we all have a lot of work to do and a lot of healing. And thank you for your presentation. It really, really, really touched me. Thank you.
I'm Bob. I'm a member of Grace Covenant Presbyterian here in town. I really appreciate and have gratitude to the organizers for putting this together. I've learned a lot today. Like most of you, I'm pretty overwhelmed with all the material. I really appreciated all of the presenters, the linear history we learned this morning, the generational trauma that we also learned this morning, the cultural appropriation. I learned about this afternoon and never really had that much appreciation for before today. I was crushed to learn that Iron Eyes Cody was not real. She wouldn't answer my question about Jay Silverheels. I would also be crushed there. But more seriously, I grew up in Western North Carolina. I thought it was only in this part of the world that this happened, but almost every kid I knew claimed some Cherokee ancestry. I had no idea of how harmful this type of thing was. I have a couple of cousins who claimed our family had Cherokee ancestry. And in fact, one of those cousins, after Ancestry.com told her no such thing. In fact, I'm probably one of the whitest people you'll ever meet. She actually went to another DNA testing company in her irateness, but I don't think they told her anything different. Anyway, again, my gratitude to everyone who organized and presented today.
My name is Eleanor. I'm also a member of Grace Covenant Presbyterian. And a couple of things. I realize that I've been in numerous groups that do the Circle Way, and in none of them do we acknowledge Native, or do we acknowledge the tribal culture from which that came. So that's something I'd like to bring to those groups. I have known about the boarding school, but I have such a deeper understanding of the harm that was done in the name of the boarding school. And so I really appreciate what you've shared from your own lives, and just a much deeper understanding of the huge amount of harm that happened and continues. And the third thing, I've been to the Cherokee Museum, and I really now am anxious to go back because I feel like I'll see and learn with new eyes.
So my name is Elizabeth, and I was on the planning committee, and I'd like to say, I feel so much gratitude to being on a committee with two great matriarchs, Maggie O'Neill and Patricia Johnson. Thank you for everything they did. Yeah. And I feel an overflow also. Other people said the overflow in my brain and in my heart of having heard so much truth today.
Mary Ann, I think everybody's already said pretty much anything I could, except that to me, the real difference with this group and other things that I have done is I didn't just have a presentation of information. I had an experience here that's going to make a difference.
I'm Donna. Today is moving my heart toward action. But in addition, I am just so profoundly sorry for the things that other humans have experienced as part of the cost of my life.
My name is Beverly Reddick. I have deep gratitude. Finding people who are concerned is empowering. I'm hoping that in the near future, we might find ways to work together to do things that will be impactful in a useful way. I also have a lot of sadness about what we as white people have done, and done in the name of Christ. That just galls me. And then one of the things I have to work on personally is really learning the history. I have to hear it so many times in order to absorb it, so it will be a working history.
My name is Jamie Marie Spears. I am a citizen of the Cherokee Nation,
And I'm very excited that there's a lot of older white people from Black Mountain because I live in Black Mountain. And so now I'm going to hold it all to you to see some changes in our community. No, I'm grateful to be here. I'm really grateful that I get to sit here next to my cousin. And just happy to see that there's interest and that everyone can come together in this way and listen. And yeah, thank you so much. Shki.
I'm LIANNA. I'm very grateful to my two cats for allowing me to come today. And want to leave you guys with a couple of thoughts that wishes for you on your way. I wish you all those mistakes. I wish you grace and forgiveness in your hearts. Be open. Sometimes conversations don't have to have an end. Sometimes you can just sit with people and hear their stories and not have any further agenda than just hearing their stories, and that's it, right? Remember not to co-opt other people's struggles in fighting your own. You don't have to do that. Just stick with yours and no oppression Olympics. And look for some reciprocity out there because, you know, I talked about Cherokee stuff, but we had enslaved persons. We enslaved people too. So, you know, we all have our intersectionalities to think about. We all have apologies and amends and reparations to make and to look for. So try to give each other some grace. Try to give each other some forgiveness and some patience and love. And I can't remember who said it. It was probably Patty. But you know, the whole could have been one of you. I can't remember, but the whole thing about everybody has a story and hurt people. And so sometimes when we just take our own ego out of the equation and sit for a second and offer some of that grace and forgiveness to be like, they have a story too. Maybe their dog just died. Maybe their mom just died. Maybe they're traumatized, you know, and we can give them that grace and pray for them, pray for ourselves to have some strength and patience and try to move forward in a better way, because that's the only way there's going to be any growth or change. Somebody has to be the first person willing to step back and go, okay, I can forgive you for this. Maybe there's stuff I don't know. Imagine that, something we don't know. And I've been wrong before once. So you can maybe offer that. Best wishes to everybody. Thanks for coming. I'm so grateful to you all.
How could I die of despair when I sink into the murky waters of hopelessness? My feet touch at last the flat rock of faith, and then I spring upward to the light that I am. I am Lady Sunshine. I am Phyllis Utley. I am Anikusa Kafurichiki. And I am feeling the medicine of this space and this place that is in each and every one of us. Thank you for helping me with my trauma, the decolonizing, the process that my ancestors are going through in my DNA right now. Thank you for being a part of my healing.
My name's Kate. And I think one of the positives to me about this day was talking to people from a number of different churches and seeing from the program how many groups got together to sponsor this and to know there's this interest. And I think it makes me hopeful that the more we talk about it and share ideas, the more improvement there'll be.
My name is Lynn. I love seeing the interactions between our speakers when they're all from the side greeting each other. You just can see the love of that community. I'm also glad to have this group of people. I want to give you an assignment. I'll go out tonight and pull up a Rutherford Trace historical marker by the roadside. They make me just, that's just not right. Really, I'm not kidding. Do we need to write the historical marker people or what? We don't need those.
Yes. I am Jane, and I'm thankful to the presenters and to the organizers.
This has been a great experience. And I was so glad that after, well, the trauma, hearing about the trauma and hearing about the history, that there were also some things that are making things better.
My name is Judy, and I think I resonated most with Craig when he gave his talk. I really resonated with him. Over the several years now, I have struggled emotionally. It goes really deep. I'm not sure exactly what it is exactly, other than it's just I struggle a lot with man's inhumanity to man. And I'm hopeful seeing groups like this get together, because I think it is through being allies and understanding each other that we can move forward and hope and have hope that we can change this, because it's not just with our Native, and I can't even say Native Americans anymore. That was a really good point that was made. It's like, we're not Native Americans. And that was a really good point. That we're doing it to everybody, you know. White privilege, the idea of that is, we've got to come to terms with that and acknowledge and own our stories and treat each other with kindness and love and compassion.
Amen. I'm Larry. I'm with the UU Church in Black Mountain. And first, I am very grateful for the fact that I finally got to come someplace where they invited me to wear this sweatshirt. My girlfriend looked at me and said, "You're going out in that?" Second, I was having spent 30 years in Arizona and gotten to spend a bit of time with Danae. I was so grateful to get Indian fry bread again. Haven't had that in so long. And third, just grateful to our speakers and how much we were exposed to today, that we learned today. I particularly appreciated the fact that there was a stress on the fact that there's a need to acknowledge the truth, but without guilt, without shame, without blame. Just acknowledge the truth and accept my responsibility to do whatever needs to be done in this day. So thank you for that.
I'm Diane, and I too am so grateful for the vulnerability in your stories, those of you who presented. I'm convinced that stories are where it's at. Concepts are, you know, all head stuff. Stories transform hearts, and I am grateful to you for putting yourselves out there like you do.
I'm Jim, and what they said. And I mean that. I mean, just going around this circle is amazing. And I want to thank our organizers too. This thing is just amazing how this come about. And that they were so organized and yet so relaxed. It's amazing. Great combination. And the speakers just is awesome. As you all have said, the fact of being vulnerable, you know, the whole thing about we are all related, that's so deep in indigenous spirituality in life. I felt that there was such graciousness from the speakers, that we're all in this boat, and we have good folks and well, I won't say good folks and bad folks. We have folks in every ethnicity with good parts and bad parts. And so, but I just felt that there was a sense of gracious hospitality and unity. And it really touched my heart. And the last two things I want to say is that we experienced what we're talking about here. We end with a circle, and it's just like we're all people, we're all there, and we need to be together. And then the last thing is Jamie Marie. Let's talk about how we can make Black Mountain better.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I just don't like following Jim Abbott, and I really don't like following all y'all. So, hey, that's very Southern, all y'all. So, thank you to everyone, and I will not stand between me and our leader.
Okay. Thank you for giving me another chance. I just didn't want to go first. My heart is overjoyed. I am just so delighted that all of you are here and you've been here all day. Obviously, all of the speakers have been so helpful to us. So it's so enriching to hear the stories and the experience. That's really important. It's not head stuff, it's heart stuff. And I do, some of you, and as well as myself, feel like I need to hear this again. I couldn't take it all in. So be part of the thing with the webinar. It's kind of messy to have to deal with it, but it's automatically recorded. So we will be sending the recording to all of you because you were here. We have your emails. We know how to get it to you. We will send you the recordings. And I think it's okay to share, as far as I know, if you have other people that want to hear some of this. If you want to hear, if you want to share it with others you think would be interested, I think that's okay. If it's not, somebody tell me now, because that's what I'm going to say when I send it out. So we have pictures. Barbara's question was, what are we going to do with these pictures? I don't really know.
Google Photos.
But we'll find a way to do something with them. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes. Well, thank you all. Patty, do you have something?
Yes, I would like to add one thing. Throughout this day and throughout this circle, I've heard people say, their hearts were touched. And I know from experience that often when I give my presentation, oftentimes things are triggered. Your own personal traumas get triggered. And I want to encourage you, each and every one of you, to, if you have had that experience and you kind of feel at an unease, but you don't really know what's going on, find someone that you feel safe with, someone that you trust, and share what's going on. The important thing is whatever it is that's stirring inside, it needs to come out, and it needs to come out however you feel like it needs to come out, but do it where you are in a safe place with a safe person that you feel like it is that you have a safety net. Take a hot shower, take a hot bath, be good to yourself. Put the music on, listen to music, light your candles, whatever it is that causes you to be at peace. But be good to yourself, be good to your body. But most important of all, share whatever's going on with you in a safe place and in a safe space. Please do that. I ask that in a professional manner, but also in a personal manner. So please hear me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna, Patty and I must just really be on the same wavelength, because I was gonna ask everyone to do what I've learned as a rapid reset. And I know Patty's familiar with that too. And all it is just taking a couple of really deep breaths. And so if everybody wants to do that, you can close your eyes if you want to, but I just invite everybody to just take a really deep breath in and just breathe in gratitude and breathe in peace and healing. And whenever you exhale, just exhale any negative emotions, any negativity, any hurt. And just do that a couple of times. And just ground yourself and thank yourself for giving your time and your emotions and your mind to this very important topic, and for sharing it with everyone. Thank you all so much.
Liana wants to speak.
Just a real quick, it was decided during the day that there's going to be a Zoom workshop to discuss all the stuff about identity, sovereignty, and authenticity. So if anybody had any interest in that, it's just going to be like this, talking, answering questions. That's it. It's just a really easy workshop on that. So we'll email out the Zoom link to everybody and go from there.
When is that happening, Liana?
We can all decide together.
Okay,
I
cool.
suppose, or however.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. That was really powerful and beautiful and a perfect way for us to end this day. Thank you so much. And thank you all for staying with us all day. And we are deeply, humbly grateful to our beautiful presenters who have come to us with open hearts to help us learn and grow and share. We're deeply and humbly grateful to our participants for being here with us. We are deeply, humbly grateful to our volunteers, and especially to our tech guy over there, David. Let's give him a hand. Patty, thank you so much. We love you. Liana, thank you so much, Ski. Jamie, my neighbor, I'll see you at the playground. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Shannon, really beautiful. Thank you. So we move on, and today is September 30th, Orange Shirt Day. I'd like to say that it's also the day that the Alliance for Beyond Land Acknowledgement was born. We would like to proceed forward with this alliance that we've started today. Bits and pieces of it have existed before, of course, and we're each doing different things, but perhaps it's time now for us to come together in an alliance. And there were a lot of us here, a lot of old white ladies. Actually, we're in our 70s and 80s, the three of us, Elizabeth, Pat, and I, who did the hard work to organize this. And we really would like to have some younger people to help with all of this. We'd like to start a listserv, as I mentioned earlier. And so be sure that we have your email and let us know if we can send things to you. We'd like to be able to share events. So if your committee, many of our congregations have peace and social justice or earth care or some kind of committee that is very interested in these topics. And so take all this back to your committees, invite them to watch the webinar or pieces of it.
maybe offer it, an hour here, an hour there. It is a lot. I have to say that having been to the Cherokee Spirituality Retreat twice already, and having heard a lot of this information before, including the detailed history and the multi-generational trauma, that it really does help to hear it again, but it also helps to go in more depth with each of these topics. Our colleagues at Toward Right Relationship with Native Peoples, which we gave you in the program, the link for that, they have many resources online to look at parts of this, like the boarding schools. They have some amazingly wonderful resources for those topics. So we invite you to look at those topics, but let's not let this energy dissipate before we move forward. We'd like to have your feedback forms, please, by this week. And we'd like to find somebody who'd like to compile them, not us. So if you are so inclined, please put that on your feedback form. We would like to convene interested people as a planning committee for next events. So please put that on your form, your feedback form. So all in all, Pat, thank you so much for all your wisdom. You have just been amazing to work with. Pat is also the clerk of Asheville Friends Meeting, which means that she's the lead volunteer there and has a big job. Elizabeth, thank you so much for all that you've done. I want to thank my husband, who's pacing in the lobby, for all his patience with all the late nights and computer problems. But we really are deeply and humbly grateful for this day. Jamie, do you want to say anything?
Wait,
or
1 minute. We're grateful to you, Maggie, as well. I mean, you put in just as many hours as I did.
Of course, that goes without saying, Pat.
I need all 4 presenters for a photo up here after everything's over. There's 4 of you, I think, still here.
So safe journeys and stay in touch, and please give us your forms. Yes, we would like the name tags. There's a basket